signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Thank you very much. Thank you. To you and the whole committee on excellent work. Thank you.
Without hope, there wouldn't be Mari. Sin esperanza, Maripili no existiera. Where am I going to get my next fix, or where am I going to get money to get my next fix? That was normal every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days of the week for 32 years. Y dije no más. Ya yo estoy cansada. Ya yo no quiero esta vida más nada. Llámame al detox, me quiero ir, and I want to go now. I called, and then around 12, 1 o'clock, I got the call, we got a bed for you at 3 o'clock. And that's when everything started to my new norm. Cuando yo me paro en mi barco, el aire es mucho más puro. Uno huele todos esos nuevos olores que uno antes los neglected. I love living now. I love where I'm at today. I love me. I love Mari, who Mari is today. Me gusta salir al parque, me gusta andar, oír música, bailar, porque bailo hasta los anuncios, pero ayudar al prójimo, poder darle la educación a otros adictos activos de que si ellos algún día quieren quitarse, se puede. El helpline es un sitio que llama, te dan información, te directan exactamente a dónde que usted tiene que ir. Ellos te dan o te siembran otra semillita para que uno empiece a explorar o empiece a crecer. Cuando te fumigan con la agua, te rocian el agua para que tú empieces a crecer. Ellos te siembran lo mismo. Ahora tengo la esperanza de que en el mañana pueda ser supervisora o la jefa en mi trabajo, o ver a mis hijas casarse, tener nietos si algún día deciden tener hijos. Decido cuidarme yo primero, take care of me, and then I'll be able to take care of the world. El mundo está a mis puntas de las manos. So, yo estoy para conquistarlo. Se puede y hay esperanza.
The Department of Telecommunications and Cable is a government agency that oversees the telecommunications and cable industries in Massachusetts. We can assist you in addressing unresolved disputes with your service provider. Contact the Department of Telecommunications and Cable. Call 1-800-333-3600 392-6066. Email consumer.complaints@state.ma.us. Visit our website, www.mass.gov/DTC.
If you live in one of the 22 communities that appear on your screen now, you likely belong to the Mystic River watershed. This vital resource is a natural living system that we all share. Since 1972, the Mystic River Watershed Association has successfully fought to protect and restore this treasure. Now I'm asking you to join that effort. Please go to mysticriver.org to become a member and to find out how you can help today.
Across America, excess food is gathered by a network of good people at local food banks, helping solve child hunger. They've earned their wings, and you can too. Support Feeding America and your local food bank at feedingamerica.org.
You are watching the Government Channel on ACMi, Arlington Community Media.
Welcome to the control room. This is where a lot of the magic happens in creating an ACMi show. There are many positions that work in this space, and we'll be going one by one to show you everything that goes on in here. The soundboard controls the audio that we receive. It's important to have clear audio by not having it too quiet or too loud, so we have to keep an eye out on the levels. The talent can change their range, so adjusting to them is very important. This machine turns on the cameras we have in the studio. Because they power them, it's one of the first things we turn on when coming into the studio. Here is the teleprompter. This is projected on the cameras in the studio so that the talent can read it while still looking at the camera. It may look easy, but by not following the talent, it can throw the flow of the show off. The technical board controls the transitions between the different camera shots. The person that has this position is called the technical director, or TD for short. They closely follow the director's orders when switching between the shots. Now moving on to the studio, which you may be a little more familiar with from some of the shows we host here, like the Arlington Public News. But now we'll show you what's on the other side of what you usually see. Here are our family of cameras. They are all connected to headsets for communication and, of course, the teleprompters. Frequently, 2 of the cameras are usually zoomed in on a person each, and the last camera captures a wide shot, the entirety of what's going on front. The 4th camera is the jib, which we use for larger shots and has more flexibility. It can go up pretty high, and with its height, we can create more dramatic and impressive shots. The lights are scattered all throughout the ceiling. The 3 kinds of lights are backlight, fill light, and key light, to make sure that our subject is lit as best as possible. The switchboard located in the back of the room controls all of the lights, and we can look at the monitor nearby to check their levels. That about covers our tour here in the control room and the studio. Join us next time as we explore other parts of ACMi together.
Social distancing and staying home are the best ways to limit the spread of COVID-19. But if you must go out, make sure you cover your face. You can use anything that covers your nose and mouth, including dust masks, scarves, and bandanas. But leave the surgical masks and N95s for healthcare workers. Remember, masks slow the spread when you must go out, but staying home and social distancing are the best ways to protect yourself and others. For more information, visit mass.gov/COVID-19.
The Massachusetts Emergency Management Agency has a free smartphone alerting app, Massachusetts Alerts, to give you weather warnings and emergency alerts on your cell phone. It's available for iPhones and Androids, and is free to download and sends you alerts for your area. For more information on the app and how it works and how to download it, visit mass.gov/MEMA/mobile app.
You taught him how to hit a baseball, how to hit a receiver. You even taught him how to hit the open man. But how much time have you spent teaching him what not to hit?
Hello, my name is Neil Osborne, and I am a life member and past president of the Mystic Valley Area Branch of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the NAACP. If you did not know, the Mystic Valley's branch's jurisdiction includes Winchester, Malden, Medford, Arlington, Everett, and Woburn. And if you are watching this public service announcement, you are in our jurisdiction, and we want you to join with other local civil rights warriors. The NAACP has always been a multiracial, multi-generational nonprofit organization. Becoming a member is easy. Go to our website, mba-naacp.org, or just come to a local membership meeting, usually held at the West Medford Community Center at 111 Arlington Street, Medford, Mass, on the fourth Monday of every month, starting at 7:30 p.m. If you are a social justice warrior like me, then we want to see you at our general membership meeting. Tell them Neil sent you.
Oh, hey Studio Night.
Want to do something cool? Make TV with ACMi Studio Nights.
I don't think we have time to make TV.
That sounds hard.
You have time to watch TV, but not to make TV?
Well...
Join ACMi Studio Nights to make TV with new friends, Wednesdays from 7 to 9 p.m. and get this tiny flashlight, unless you're scared.
I'm not scared. You know we can still see you, right?
No, you can't.
Pretty sure we still can.
Do you have what it takes to ride with the Studio Nights? Of course you do. Join us next Wednesday.
Hi, my name is Markiplier. I run a YouTube channel, but today I'm here to talk to you about the awkward moment in trying to talk to your friends. Mental health is an interesting subject because everybody knows about it, but nobody really knows how to talk about it. No matter how much experience you have, there's no easy way to tell your friend that they seem off. Me and my friend Tyler, we've known each other since 4th grade. When I reach out to Tyler, it's because I see him hurting. And I see him being affected by the pressures of his life, bringing him down, and he needs to hear that I'm there for him. As soon as you see that kind of person start to close off and throw up walls, that's when you know that something's going wrong. Tyler and I have such an understanding that the moment that we need to talk to each other, all we have to do is, hey, something's wrong with you. You need to talk about this. And then we start talking about it for a couple hours. For those who have new friends or just see the signs in someone and yet don't know them very well, that open dialogue is only welcome. If you really care about someone and you really want to help, you understand that the signs may be there and they may not want to talk about it. But it's always important to keep those lines of communication available. If not open, at least available. Let them know that you care enough to be there when they need it. Because there's times when I'm so closed off that I want to work on my own stuff. It doesn't hurt me or make me angry that someone says, hey, I noticed that you're stressed. I'm not going to intrude, but if you need to talk, we can go catch a movie or something like that. It can be that casual. As long as you acknowledge that it's there, it can lead to the help that is needed.
The Massachusetts Department of Public Health is charged with protecting the health and well-being of its citizens. Within the department, the Bureau of Environmental Health has a broad mission of protecting the public's health from a variety of environmental exposures. The Bureau is comprised of 9 programs, including the Community Sanitation Program. Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 111, Section 127A.5, commonly referred to as Christian's Law, was signed into law on July 12, 2012. The law requires the Department of Public Health to develop regulations to provide swim tests and flotation devices for children at municipal and recreational programs and licensed camps at fresh or saltwater beaches. Christian's Law has 3 key elements. First, that all minors are properly swim tested pursuant to guidelines established by national safety organizations, such as the American Red Cross, YMCA, and others before their first swimming session. Second, to confirm that all minor children are provided with a properly sized and snug-fitting personal flotation device or life jacket if they test as a non-swimmer or as an at-risk swimmer. And finally, to ensure parents or legal guardians can provide a properly fitted life jacket to their child if they so choose. Our goal for this video is to provide training for programs and camps with beach waterfront activities to comply with the law. You will learn how to properly select, examine, and fit test life jackets for children in your care. The Bureau thanks all of those who are implementing Christian's Law to further protect children attending recreational programs and camps in Massachusetts.
Hello, my name is Steve McCann. I'm with the Coast Guard Auxiliary 1st District, Northern Region, supporting the Coast Guard in Massachusetts. There are many different types of personal flotation devices, also called PFDs or life jackets, that are available. It is important to choose the proper life jacket for each child. In all cases, life jackets should be United States Coast Guard certified according to type. You must use type 1, 2, or 3. It is important to note the use of inflatable life jackets is not permitted. Type 1, or offshore life jackets, are those typically found on cruise ships or boats that are traveling far from the coastline. They can be quite bulky and are not intended or recommended for aquatic activities. It can be difficult to swim with one of these jackets on. Type 2, or near-shore buoyant vests, are most typically found on boats, but they are not designed for in-water activities. They are designed to keep your head out of the water. Type 3, or flotation aids, are typically vest-style jackets used for water skiing or other aquatic activities. The Type 3 life jacket is the most popular life jacket for in-water activities. In addition to making sure you have the right type of life jacket, including those provided by a parent or guardian, you must also check that it is in serviceable condition. By serviceable, we mean in good and usable condition. You should give the life jacket a thorough examination to ensure it is without tears, mold, mildew, or other damage. Check the label to see if there is a legible Coast Guard certification number. Examine the jacket visually. Does it have tears or missing straps or damaged retention clips? Feel the jacket. Does the foam or buoyant material compress and spring back, or does it feel broken or brittle? Proper storage, keeping it clean, dry, and in a well-ventilated location will increase life jacket shelf life. The life jacket must also be the proper size for the intended wearer. Read the label of the life jacket to make sure it is the right size based on the child's weight and chest size. It is important to conduct a fit test to ensure the life jacket fits snugly. An individual record, including the date and person performing the fit test, as well as the size of the life jacket selected, should be documented and maintained for reference. Once the life jacket is appropriately fastened, you should ensure the life jacket is properly fitted. Lift the child up by the shoulders of the life jacket and ensure that his or her chin and ears do not slip through. Now for the final part of the fit test. Let the child enter the water. When the child is in the water, the jacket may fit differently. If it looks like it doesn't fit, ask the child to leave the water, have the straps of the life jacket adjusted, and read the label of the life jacket to make sure it is the right size. In addition to the initial fit test, a fit check needs to be performed with each use of a life jacket. Every time there is an aquatic activity, you should perform a fit check. This should be done before the child enters the water. Double check that you are giving the child the right size life jacket based on the original fit test, and that it is properly fastened and that it still fits. Complete a visual check to ensure the life jacket is secured and fitting properly. Only then should you let the child enter the water. We hope that this video has helped you and your staff members understand how to comply with important aspects of Christian's law. Now you know how to properly select, examine, and fit test life jackets for children in your care. Please remember that there are additional resources available for accurate and up-to-date information. You can find these resources at the websites on screen. Remember, life jackets save lives, but only when worn and properly fitted.
Hey guys, I'm Lawrence, a fellow intern at ACMi. Today, we're going to talk about setting up your tripod. This is one of the most fundamental and necessary tools you'll need when out shooting, especially as a means to keep your shots steady and specific. Every time you go on field shoots, this will be something you'll carry. So, let's begin.
Maybe you ride to school. Maybe you ride for fun. Either way, when you're on a bike, you want to get to where you're going safely. To do that, you need to remember a few key things. Be visible, follow the rules of the road, and be predictable.
Did you get that? Did you write that down? Great. That's it. We're all done. No, I'm just kidding. Come on. You knew there had to be more than that.
Alright then, be visible. What we mean is, be easy to see.
Drivers should be watching for you, but do your part.
Make sure your bike is ready for riding, and that includes having working lights and reflectors. They help drivers see you. In the daytime, wear bright colors, because bright colors are easier to see. At night, wear something reflective, either clothing or gear. Same reason. And wear a bike helmet when you ride. It's there to protect your head and your brain if you crash.
Wait, what? Oh, you don't need to wear a helmet because you're a good rider. Yeah, not how it works. No matter how good you are, unexpected things can happen that you can't control, like a driver who pulls out in front of you. At a time like that, you want something here to protect you.
Of course, part of the idea of wearing a helmet is not to put it to the test, not to wreck your bike in the first place.
Where and how you ride is an important part of that. Where and when you ride is something you should talk to your parents about. They can help you decide the best way to get where you're going safely.
Did you know that bikes are considered vehicles? Just like cars are vehicles. True fact. So when you're riding a bike on the road, follow the same rules as car drivers do. Just like a driver, you need to look for road signs and traffic signals and do what they say. But even if there isn't a stop sign, when you come to an intersection, you gotta stop and look for traffic. One of the most dangerous things you can do is just to shoot out across the street or out of a driveway and not stop to look first.
A driver might not be able to stop, and you could get hit.
Ride in the same direction the cars are going, with the flow of traffic. That means you'll be on the right side of the road. But stay far enough from parked cars so you don't get hit by a door that opens all of a sudden. Usually that's at least 3 feet.
Anytime you're not comfortable with a traffic situation, remember, you have a choice the driver doesn't have.
You can get off the bike and walk with it on the sidewalk. You can also choose a different way to go, one that has bike lanes, less traffic, or slower traffic. Or you can use a combination of bike and transit, like maybe going part-way on a bus. But no matter where you're riding, a road or a trail, always watch out for people walking. Move out of their way, and let them know when you're about to pass them on the left.
On your left.
One of the best ways to be safe on your bike is to be predictable. In other words, to do what drivers expect you to do and be where they expect you to be. For example, always ride in a straight line. And don't assume that they'll see you just because you see them. Stay focused and pay attention to what's around you.
But you can't do that if you're riding like this. So put your phone away when you're riding.
If you're talking or texting, you're not paying attention to what you're doing. Same goes for earbuds or headphones. You need to hear what's going on around you, so leave them in your bag for later. You also need both hands to steer properly. So unless you're signaling, keep them both on the handlebars.
Like I said at the beginning, it really comes down to 3 things. Be visible, be predictable, and follow the rules of the road.
Make sure drivers can see you, that you behave the way they expect, and look for road signs and traffic signals, and do what they say. That's it. This time we really are done. Have a good ride.
You are watching the Government Channel on ACMi, Arlington Community Media.
I see the future is really bright for me. The high school diploma is just added to the confidence, and now I feel unstoppable.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
Going live in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Can't get enough of ACMi? Visit our website at acmi.tv for more. Just click on Watch to see any of our 3 channels live and easily catch up on your favorite shows on demand. Get involved by becoming a member, joining a workshop, or even submitting a program of your own. View our available camera, lighting, and audio equipment and submit equipment requests using our online form. Keep up with the latest news and stay informed with public affairs. Learn more about who we are and what we do, and contact us when you're ready to join the fun.
Are we there yet?
Yep, we're here.
It's a short drive from your neighborhood to your naturehood. To find a neighborhood park or green space near you, visit discovertheforest.org.
For over 30 years, Arlington and Teosinte, El Salvador have been sister cities. We sell crafts made in Teosinte, and we help kids in Teosinte to get a high school and college education. Through our partnership with the Arlington Public Schools, our children learn about life in another country and how we are more similar than different. Find out how you can get involved. Together we can learn the power of our shared stories and how they bolster both of our communities. Contact us at arlingtonteosinte@gmail.com or 781-643-0769.
Did you know that when you buy a used car, if the vehicle fails inspection within 7 days of the purchase date, you can cancel the contract? If the car fails inspection, you have 7 more days to get an inspection employee to write down the reasons why the vehicle failed and write an estimate of the cost to repair the safety or emissions problems. If the cost is 10% of the purchase price, then you can notify the seller that you intend to void the contract. Even if the car has an inspection sticker when you buy it, get the car inspected.
Michael Adams? Here. Michael Adams? Here. Michael Adams.
Michael Adams.
Students who miss 18 days of school in any grade risk falling behind and not graduating. Absences add up. Keep track at boostattendance.org today.
You are watching the Government Channel on ACMi, Arlington Community Media.
Meet Jane, a savvy consumer. She reads product reviews, shops deals, values quality. Good work, Jane. Now meet Sam. Sam runs an ethical business and takes pride in his products. Nice widget, Sam. But Sam's competition slings false advertising, hidden fees, vague terminology, even plain lies. Well, that's not fair, is it? That's where the BBB comes in. They connect consumers to good businesses while providing a place to report bad actors. If you're duped, they'll even help you settle a claim. Thanks, BBB.
Hello. In this video, I'm going to teach you how to rent equipment from ACMi. The first step is to go to our website, acmi.tv. When you get to the website, move the mouse over the Resources tab in the menu bar at the top and click Equipment. This will take you to a page that shows all of our cameras, microphones, and lighting equipment. Once you decide what you want to use, you can click Request Equipment at the top of the page. This will take you to our equipment request form. You'll need to fill out your name, email address, phone number, project title, and the date you plan to pick up your equipment. Once you have filled out the entire form, you can click Submit to send the request to the ACMi staff. You should receive a confirmation email from an ACMi staff member shortly after submitting your request. Happy filming!
Community Media is looking for a volunteer in a travel program. Do you enjoy traveling? Do you have an interest in documentaries? Are you looking to share your experience with others? Here's your chance. To learn more about this exciting opportunity, contact ACMi at 781-777-1115 or info@acmi.tv.
Want to stay better connected to your Arlington community? Well, it's simple. All you have to do is log into Facebook, type in Arlington Community Media, Inc. Once you're there, you can access photos, videos, and upcoming events. Finally, make sure to give us a like and share with your friends. Now that you're connected to ACMi's Facebook page, you're going to learn so much more about creating media. Thank you, and we'll see you on Facebook.
The IRS is calling me? Can this be for real?
Fraud is real. Hang up on fraud. Americans have lost more than $23 million by giving out information and money to criminals impersonating the Internal Revenue Service. Scammers are aggressive when they contact a potential victim and claim to be from the IRS. They often use a fake telephone number with a U.S. area code. They demand immediate payment. They may even threaten police arrest or deportation. Don't believe them. Instead, just hang up. Don't provide any information to these crooks. The real IRS will generally first make contact by letter and will never demand immediate payment or threaten force. If you suspect you've been contacted by an IRS scammer, submit an incident report with the Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration at www.tigda.gov. Call the TIGDA hotline at 1-800-366-4484. Please share this message.
Good evening. As a preliminary matter, this is Douglas Heim, Town Council. Welcome to the April 12, 2021 meeting of the Arlington Select Board. Shortly after tonight's meeting begins, the Select Board will be electing a new chair and vice chair for their business year, following the April 10th, 2021 election. But until then, I will procedurally serve as chair pro tem. On behalf of the town, a heartfelt thank you to all the candidates who campaigned for elective office. Permit me to confirm that all members and staff anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me for the meeting. Select Board members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Diane Mahan.
Affirmative.
Steve DeCourcy.
Yes.
John Hurd.
Yes.
Len Diggins.
Yes.
Eric Helmuth.
Yes.
And staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Adam Chapdelaine.
Yes.
And I'll note that Ashley Marr, Select Board Administrator, is recording minutes from the Select Board office. As an additional matter, there is a slight Zoom double booking, if you will, tonight. So apologies to folks who may have been pre-registered under an old Zoom link. Anybody who wishes to follow along with or join the meeting can find the new Zoom link on the Select Board Agendas and Minutes page or the town calendar on the town's website. The town manager is also working to send an updated invitation to folks who pre-registered. Finally, you may notice that my my screen name is listed as Legal Department, and I believe the town manager is listed as Town Meeting. The settings on this Zoom are a little bit different so as to be calibrated correctly for Town Meeting, and that's why it's difficult for us to change our names, but hopefully folks can see our faces and recognize us. Permit me to provide a brief introduction to the meeting and set forth some ground rules. This is an open meeting of the Arlington Select Board being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's Executive Order of March 12, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the coronavirus pandemic. In order to mitigate the transmission of the virus, we've been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the Governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order, which you can find posted with the agenda and materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely, as long as reasonable public access is afforded, so the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not require ensuring public participation unless there is a public hearing item on the agenda or other provision for public comment, such as residents' open forum. This meeting will not feature opportunities for public comment. An additional advisory is that the Select Board is convening by Zoom as posted on the website identifying how the public may join. While the public may join this meeting either by the Zoom app or using their telephone dial-in number, it's also being broadcast on ACMi. Please note that the meeting is being recorded and that some attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that anything broadcasted may be captured on the recording. Similarly, to the extent that you can, please also take care to adjust your screen and device name if you'd like to speak. In order for us to recognize speakers appropriately and develop accurate minutes, it's helpful for participants to see your full first and last name when calling upon you rather than a nickname. Finally, all participants advise that people may be listening who do not provide comment, and those persons who are not required to identify themselves. All of the meeting's materials for tonight's meeting are available on the Novus Agenda dashboard and the board's webpage. We recommend that members of the public follow the agenda as posted on Novus, unless otherwise noted. Now we're going to turn to the first item on the agenda, which is the organizational meeting to elect a chair and vice chair. But before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of business and ensuring accurate meeting minutes. The chair, myself for the organizational piece, and then whoever's elected the chair for the rest of the meeting, will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude the remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comment, questions, or motion. Please hold until your name is called, which is helpful for those persons who are attending the meeting by telephone. Further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking. And please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response further, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you. Finally, each vote in this meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. And with that, we'll begin the organizational part of the meeting. I would please take a motion to open nominations for select board chair.
So moved.
Second.
On a motion by Mr. Hurd, seconded by Mr. Diggins. Is there any further discussion on opening nominations? Mrs. Mahan?
Yes.
Mr. DeCoursey?
Yes.
Mr. Hurd?
Yes.
Mr. Diggins?
Yes.
Mr. Helmuth?
Yes.
It's unanimous vote. Nominations are now open for chair of the select board for the 2021 year.
Attorney Heim? Or Chairman Heim?
Yes, Mrs. Mahan.
I'd like to make a motion to nominate Mr. Steve DeCoursey as chair.
We have a nominations from Mrs. Mahan for Stephen DeCoursey as chair of the select board for 2021 year. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Hurd. At this point, are there any further nominations for chair of the select board for 2021?
I'd like to move to close nominations for chair.
On a motion to close nominations by Mrs. Mahan, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Hurd. I'll conduct a roll call vote. Mrs. Mahan?
Yes.
Mr. DeCoursey?
Yes.
Mr. Hurd?
Yes.
Mr. Diggins,
Yes.
Mr. Helmuth.
Yes.
Nominations are now closed. I know it seems a little bit silly, but now we'll vote on the nomination of Stephen DeCourcy to serve as chair. That being the only nomination, I will simply conduct a roll call vote. Mrs. Mahan,
Yes, thank you, Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Hurd,
Yes.
Mr. DeCourcy,
Yes.
Mr. Diggins,
Yes.
Mr. Helmuth.
Yes.
It's a unanimous vote. Congratulations, Mr. DeCourcy.
Thank you very much.
Then briefly, do I have a motion to open nominations for vice chair?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Hurd, seconded by Mrs. Mahan. Is there any further discussion by any members? On a motion to open nominations, Mrs. Mahan,
Yes.
Mr. DeCourcy,
Yes.
Mr. Hurd,
Yes.
Mr. Diggins,
Yes.
Mr. Helmuth.
Yes.
It's a unanimous vote. Nominations are now open.
Attorney Heim, I'd like to make a motion to nominate Diane Mahan as vice chair.
Motion by Mr. Hurd to nominate Diane Mahan as vice chair. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Helmuth. Mrs. Mahan is now nominated for vice chair. Are there any further nominations? Hearing none. Can I have a motion to close nominations?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Hurd. Seconded. Can I get a second motion on the motion by Mr. Hurd, please?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Diggins. On a motion to close nominations, Mrs. Mahan,
Yes, thank you.
Mr. DeCourcy,
Yes.
Mr. Hurd,
Yes.
Mr. Diggins,
Yes.
Mr. Helmuth. Mr. Helmuth, was that a yes, sir?
Yes.
It's a unanimous vote. Having only received one nomination, we will now, on the nomination to elect Diane Mahan as the vice chair for the 2021 Select Board calendar year, I will now turn to a vote. Mrs. Mahan,
Yes.
Mr. DeCourcy,
Yes.
Mr. Hurd,
Yes.
Mr. Diggins,
Yes.
Mr. Helmuth.
Yes.
It's a unanimous vote. Congratulations to Mrs. Mahan. And with that, I will yield the rest of the meeting to Mr. DeCourcy and Mrs. Mahan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Heim. And first of all, thank you very much to my colleagues for selecting me as chair this year. It's a great honor, and I look forward to the upcoming year. I want to congratulate Mrs. Mahan on vice chair, but also congratulate Mr. Hurd on his reelection and Mr. Helmuth on his election to the board, and welcome him to the board. And I'm just wondering if either one of you have any brief comments before we get to the next agenda item.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank Mr. Helmuth and welcome him to the board for the campaign and the race. And I also, I do want to thank the voters of Arlington for choosing to re-elect me. I like I said, energized and ready to tackle some of the important issues that we're dealing with right now in town. But I did want to particularly thank Mr. Helmuth and Jennifer Seuss, who this was a three-way race for 2 seats with 3 really qualified candidates, I think. And it was a really positive race, and it was an issue-based, idea-based race. There was never any negativity, and I put this out yesterday that, you know, I really think, given that what we've seen in some of the races in Arlington in the past few years, that our race should be an example of how a local election should be run and a local race should be run, where it's 3 candidates just really giving ideas on how they can improve the town. And I really do want to thank both Jennifer and Eric for that. And again, welcome Eric to the board, and thank you for everyone that participated in the election, all the candidates and all the voters, no matter who you supported. Thank you for coming out and participating in the process. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Mr. Helmuth?
Thank you. I want to echo Mr. Hurd's kind remarks. But first of all, very much thank you to the voters of Arlington for entrusting me with this role. I am beyond thrilled to serve the town that I have grown to love so very much, and I'm lucky to call home. So thank you. Thanks to Jennifer Seuss and to John for running a really great, exemplary campaign. I think it represents the best of Arlington, and we couldn't be prouder of that. I want to also thank Jennifer for her service to Arlington. She's done great things for the town. I know that she will continue to do so. Thank you very much to my supporters who worked really hard in this campaign, and my team. And I want to thank my husband, Jordan, for his encouragement and his patience and his support. And without that, I would not be here and could not do this. I look forward to serving the town and working with all of you for the next 3 years.
Thank you, Mr. Helmuth.
Mr. Chair, can I just jump in? Because I did actually get yelled at yesterday because my wife said that I never thank her. And of course, now I'm going to get yelled at again.
Absolutely.
So I do want to thank my wife and my kids who, it's certainly a sacrifice. So I do thank my wife for allowing me to serve the town. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hurd. Okay, now on to business. So we will start tonight. Our next item is item 3, a COVID-19 update with Christine Bongiorno, Director of Health and Human Services. And we'll start with Mr. Chapdelaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations to you in the chairmanship and Ms. Mahan on the vice chairmanship. And also congratulations to John for rejoining and Eric for joining. So it's a good night all around. I'll give a very brief introduction. It's been just a little while since Christine has been before this board to provide an update on our continued preparations and activities around the pandemic. I know Christine and her team, along with many town employees, have been working continually very hard in response to the pandemic. There, over the past several months now, been a lot of focus on vaccinations. I think Christine will describe that our role in the vaccinations is starting to slow down, but there's still many vaccinations to go before we get to herd immunity. So there's going to be continued focus on the restrictions that are necessary to keep us all safe until we get to herd immunity. But with that, we have Christine Bongiorno, Director of Health and Human Services, here to give an update to the board and then answer any questions that you might have.
Great. Thank you, Adam. And thank you, board, for the invite for tonight. So I want to start by just letting you know that since last March 2020, we've had just over 1,800 cases so far here in Arlington. That includes 86 deaths. We've had a few spikes and a few months where we've had fewer cases, but we're starting to see a slight uptick over the course of the past week. We've definitely seen a little bit of a bump, and we're seeing that across the state and across the country as well. It appears as if there's a slight increase in cases. I want to just give you an idea of what we're doing in our department. So our department is continuing to do contact tracing, which is essentially where when we find out that there's a positive case, we contact that case and determine who they've been in contact with and quarantine and isolate cases to prevent the additional spread of the virus. So we continue to do that. We're also continuing to enforce the governor's orders to prevent additional cases, and really looking at ways that we here locally can continue to control the spread. We've definitely seen the increase in cases in the younger population, so it's not unlike what we're seeing again across the state and across the country. Our average age for the past, I'd say, month is about 35, age 35, whereas about 6 months ago, the average age was significantly higher. So it was probably up in the 50s to 60s. So we've definitely seen the age come down a bit. And that is due to vaccinations, and I think also just sort of some loosening of some restrictions that really may impact the younger population. Our department also has been focusing since January on vaccinations. You all are aware that the state has shifted vaccinations to mass vaccination sites, and local health departments have a limited role in vaccinating the population. We've jumped at every opportunity to receive vaccine, and we've done that in partnership with Lexington and Belmont. And I will say that by the end of this week, we will have given out about over 6,000 doses of vaccine here in town. And with our partners in the other two communities. We are currently doing homebound vaccinations. So we're going into homes and vaccinating people that are unable to leave their homes. This is an incredibly important group because we definitely saw a lot of cases and some deaths, unfortunately, in people that were homebound because of the people coming into their homes with the virus. So we're really happy to be being able to provide that service. We just finished up last week our vaccinations in the senior housing building. So working with the Arlington Housing Authority and vaccinating our seniors in those buildings has been was also incredibly important for our team because we saw a lot of cases that resulted in hospitalizations and we just knowing that we protected that population was great for our department as well. At this point, we will be finishing out our second doses of our Moderna and we'll essentially be closing out our vaccination program. And shifting, we have joined a partnership with a number of other communities just northeast and east of Arlington, so including Somerville and Cambridge, to establish a regional collaborative to do a mass vaccination site. Unfortunately, at this time, there's no vaccine available to the collaborative, but we are ready to stand up a site in the event that the vaccine does become available. At this point in the pandemic, we just continue to urge our residents to be vigilant. We want to see our numbers coming down. We want to see our residents getting vaccinated. I think, with those two pieces, I think we can, we can sort of be on the road to being out of this soon, we're hoping. But it is incredibly important for our residents to continue to wear masks, to continue to stay apart from others that are not in their direct homes, and just be aware that every interaction that you have, somebody may feel that they have an allergy or a cold. It is likely that they have COVID, and I think that's what we're hearing from people that said that we recently have had conversations with that are positive. They just don't believe that they have COVID and that they could be spreading it. So it's important that people just remember to be vigilant and continue to stay safe. So that's what I have. I'm available for questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Bongiorno, and thank you for all the work that you and your team have done over the past 13 months since the onset of the pandemic. Right now, I'll turn to the board for any questions or comments. Mrs. Mahan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations. I've already served under Steve as a chairman in Long Range Planning Committee when he was assigned to that. Mr. DeCourcy was kind enough to call me and as senior member, sort of give me the first right of refusal to chair Long Range Planning Committee. But my background and Steve's background, I'll put my financial knowledge up against anyone, but with Steve's long years on the Finance Committee and dealing with Minuteman, the better choice. So he's doing double duty chairperson. So thank you. I guess my question or comment, and I'm not sure if it's to our Health and Human Services Director or our town manager. I know the library's opened on sort of a book an appointment only, and they have someone at the entrance of the library to verify that you do have an appointment and you're coming in by yourself, or I don't know if you can book somebody else with you. I do know that the Select Board's office, the Treasurer's office, and the Town Clerk's office have been open but closed, but you can again email, call in, and either drop things off or we get the information to you. And I'm not going to talk about, well, I will talk about Public Works, Police and Fire who've been working every day through this COVID, regardless of what you may think of them. Originally, when we had this discussion, the town manager indicated that I was asking when the rest of town offices, the staff would be back in the same model that the Select Board, Town Clerk, and Treasurers have done. So it's still not open to the public, but it's open for the public by appointment or something else. And originally I was told is when there's a vaccine available. And then I heard it's when there's herd immunity, which could be 70 to 80%. And that might not happen until late summer, early fall. So are we saying all those offices, unlike the ones I've cited, are going to stay closed until possibly the fall and no staff come in?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to go first, and then Christine can share her view from the public health point of view. No, we're definitely not waiting until the fall. There's already been a ramp up in staff in other offices. I was in town hall today, and the building was quite full, frankly. So as the general population becomes eligible as of Monday, April 19th, and a larger portion of the populations become vaccinated, we'll start having more staff come into the building on a week-by-week basis. And I think the timeline we talked about at maybe not the last meeting, but the meeting before, was aiming for a controlled reopening to the public sometime in the summer as we approach herd immunity. But I think we'll have staff, more staff coming back in as people are getting vaccinated in the coming weeks.
Okay, because it just seems like a big contradiction. It's been working, and nobody in the offices, the three. I'm not saying open to the public, even if you don't want to do by the appointment. You know, we can run something down to the protocol that you need. But I understand the work at home thing, and that's great. But just to get staff back to all the technology and hardware and software back in the office. And I'm not being disrespectful, but I'm just, hearing from other employees. They're saying, hey, can I get one of those work at home jobs? I'd love to do that. They've all been forced to go back to work. So I'm not saying you have to subject yourself to catching COVID, but I'd like to see town hall basically running the same way every office as the three have been doing since Thanksgiving. So that's just my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Mahan. Mr. Hurd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, want to thank Mrs. Bongiorno and for all the work that you and the health department does. And, I've just having kids in school and being part of the town, I've had a few opportunities to reach out to the health department as recently as last Friday with questions. And it's amazing that we can get somebody right away on the phone who can answer our questions. And we had an issue that came up with an exposure that we were getting some conflicting information on, and we were able to get the answer right away. And I really think that is a critical asset for the town, that we have a health department that is not only working hard to keep us safe, but is available to answer questions when issues come up. And so I do thank you for that. My one question, I know you brought up the regional vaccination site that the town manager had spoken with a few meetings back, and we're really excited about that with all the struggles that the states have had with the statewide website. So once that's up and running, I assume, are we good to go, once we have more vaccines are available? And where is it one set vaccination site, or does it shift to the 8 communities? Will there be some instances where the vaccination sites are local in Arlington?
I'm happy to answer that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm happy to answer that, Adam. So Tufts University in Medford is one of the main sites, and then there'll be satellite sites in some of the other communities as well. I don't believe Arlington will be a site, although I know we all know we could run it really well. I think we really are hoping to get into the communities where COVID was, has hit some communities pretty hard. So such as Chelsea and Everett. So Tufts will be the main site, and then additional sites throughout the sub-region.
And are those vaccination sites available only to the 8 communities that are part of the region?
No, they would. The requirement is that they're open to everyone in Massachusetts.
Okay. And how does somebody, once that's set up, how does somebody sign up for that vaccination site?
So there'll be a link on the state site, similar to the other links. It'll be the same process as one would sign up for a vaccination at the Hines or Gillette or any of the other mass vaccination sites. It would be the same system.
Okay. All right. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Mr. Diggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Bongiorno. Just a few questions. So it's something to maybe support what you're doing and educate the viewers. And as I've said repeatedly, I really support the conservative approach to what we're doing. I mean, the virus doesn't care if we're impatient. I mean, the virus doesn't care if we are tired. I mean, it's we need to protect everyone as much as we can, I mean, against getting the virus. On the B117 strain, is it more deadly? I know it spreads faster, but if people get it, do they get sicker? Is there a greater chance of dying, all other things being equal? By that, I mean, I understand that we have better treatment now, but what's your take on that, or your understanding?
I'm gonna assume that the chair has given me the approval to go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Absolutely, I'm sorry, I was slow.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Steve. So it's my understanding that the strain is just more, it makes it more contagious. Instead of it being more deadly, it is just more, it's just easier for it to pass from one person to another.
Got you. Thank you very much. So are we seeing B117 in our community?
We are. There are a lot of cases in Massachusetts, and there are cases so we've had a few tested. It's a different test. So they run the test to see if someone's positive or negative. They have to then take it a step further and do genomic sequencing of each sample, and that's not done on every sample. So there are some positive for various strains in Arlington, but we would assume that the majority of the strains circulating right now are the variants.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. And we still don't know if the vaccine stops people from spreading it, right? That's why we have to wear masks, because you may be able to, the vaccine may stop you from getting sick or dying, but you may still get it and then shed it, right? That's still the understanding?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. And the last question is, when you came to us last, you said that people weren't necessarily being cooperative with the contact tracing, meaning that they weren't being particularly forthcoming, or some people weren't. Are you still encountering that?
It's rare. I would say the majority of people are compliant.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate all you do.
Thank you, Mr. Diggins. Mr. Helmuth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one brief question. Before I do, I just want to express my appreciation to Ms. Bongiorno and her amazing team and staff who have worked so hard, along with our public safety departments and the rest of the town through this pandemic. If you could just remind those who may be watching what some of the ways that they can sign up for or tune in for status updates about the pandemic and the town's latest guidelines.
Go ahead, Ms. Bongiorno. I'm sorry.
Okay. I don't know if the town manager would like to take this one, but I'm happy to jump in. So on the town website, anyone could sign up for the alerts that come out weekly. And then the town manager does updates, and I also jump in on occasion and do updates through ACMi, and those are posted online and aired on TV. I don't know if, Adam, you have anything else to add?
I guess I would only add that all the same information that's on the website is also available via the town social media channels. So there's multiple different ways you can get in and access the information.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Helmuth. I just have one or two questions, Ms. Bongiorno, and one of the things that has come up now that there are 3 vaccines out there, and Johnson & Johnson has been out there for a while, and people, at least when they first came out, people saying, is it one that you should try to get over another? And I wonder if you could just comment on that in terms of the selection and when something becomes available.
Thank you for that question. Definitely ask that question on occasion. As Dr. Fauci says, take the vaccine that's offered. Whatever is available, take that vaccine. And, I can't say that we've seen one that's been more efficient over the other. I think here in Arlington, we have seen people that have had Pfizer, Moderna, and J&J have all had pretty good success. So.
Great, thank you. And just in turn, Mr. Diggins talked about the need to keep wearing masks, but just wanted to ask you about the period after you're vaccinated. There's a period of time too before it may become effective, and I wonder if you could talk about that.
There's a 2 weeks between when you get your vaccine, your last dose of your vaccine, or if it's the J&J, the day that you get your vaccine. there's that 2 weeks where your body's building immunity and you're not fully protected. So when we vaccinate, we urge people to continue to be very careful. People should be careful no matter what, but it's extremely important, because I think some people get the vaccine and they think they're free to go do what what they've always done before. So it's just important that people remember that it's extremely important they continue to wear masks.
Great. Well, again, thank you very much, and for all the work that you've done. And I had mentioned in an earlier meeting, I brought my mother to one of the vaccinations at the high school, and it was just remarkable, the work you and the team and so many town employees and employees from neighboring communities did for the older group in town. So thank you so much, and keep up the great work. Okay. So moving along, we'll move on to the consent agenda, which we have 3 items tonight. Item 4 is appointment of new election workers. Lisa Carlson Hill, 175 Lowell Street. Giovanna DeStefanis, 113 Palmer Street. Richard Stimfel, 67 Oregon Ave. Item 5 for approval, administrative update to overnight parking waiver. And item 6 for approval, gifts and donations for COVID-19 supplies and testing. For items 5 and 6, we received a memo from Attorney Heim, but I'm wondering, since that came in after the initial agenda was set, if you could just give us maybe a brief description of those items before we have the vote.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate everybody's patience while putting together a whole bunch of different memos for this organizational meeting. The first item is just an administrative update to your recently revised overnight parking program. As the board will recall, you established rules that basically allowed somebody to qualify for an overnight parking permit exemption based on disability. And your way of proving disability under those regulations was evidence of a handicap plate, evidence of SSDI benefits, a letter from a physician on physician's letterhead stating a disability. That policy was based on recommendations by the Massachusetts Office on Disability. A concerned resident became concerned that handicap placards should also qualify, should be treated the same as handicap plates. The Massachusetts Office on Disability, which has always been a terrific resource and partner for everybody, confirmed that they tend to treat these things exactly the same, and unless there was some operational reason why we should treat them differently, they thought it's usually advisable to treat placards and plates the same way. Contacted the Arlington Police Department, appreciated Officer Rateau's time and thought, and the long and short of it is that with all that information, I'm just recommending that you add the words handicap placard to that list of ways that you can qualify as disabled for the purposes of the exemption permit only. It doesn't address everything else. It's just what you use as proof of showing that you have a disability when they make an application to the select board office. So that is that item. The second item, I think we were hoping that we would have a few more items for you on this, but we've been tremendously grateful as a town and community to receive a lot of donations related to COVID relief. One of our biggest donors, the Arlington Health and Human Services Charitable Corporation, has donated $200,000 for COVID relief purposes. They have expected nothing in return. There's no real conditions on the gift other than purposes that are already well established under Health and Human Services. But the select board is technically required to accept these gifts. And it's also, of course, a wonderful opportunity to just broadcast to a broader audience, though I know Ms. Bongiorno and others have already been thanking these folks for their hard work and generosity, really aggregating a lot of individual donations as well as promoting organizational support. So that's what those two items are about. And I, again, appreciate the board's patience in having all that stuff come together for myself and the comptroller and with respect to the overnight parking addition. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Attorney Heim. And on all three items now, I'll turn to the board. Mr. Hurd.
Move approval.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Mr. Diggins.
I'll second, and no need to apologize, Mr. Heim. I fully understand what it's like to be really busy now. And I know you're busier than most of us. Thank you.
Great. Mr. Helmuth, any questions or comments?
No, other than to thank Mr. Heim for that, because as the new kid in the block, it was very useful.
Great. Mrs. Mahan, any comments or questions?
Yes, just a two-part question or a global sort of question. I was wondering if either our Health and Human Services Director or the town manager could send, I certainly would be interested in sort of the guidelines that the town COVID fund has for what we will expend the funds on. And then my second part is more of a global question with the Recovery Act monies that we're slated to receive, amount to be determined, somewhat over 30 million. I know President Biden and his secretaries spoke about the oversight they would have and also working with the state. I'd like to know when it is formed, when we get to that point in the process, what the towns, who's going to sort of audit on the town side, this oversight of the spending of those COVID-19 funds. I'm not talking about any money that we can demonstrate revenue and maybe able to put into the override stabilization fund, because obviously that's kind of dry. And also how we're going to get that message out. Because I wouldn't want a department maybe think they have a tacit understanding that something applies and then it doesn't, and it turns into something else. So I know I'm probably really premature on that part. And I know that the state and the federal government through state agencies will oversee that. But I'd like to also see how we're going to sort of do that on the town side. Thank you.
Mr. Chapdelaine.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the first question, I'd be happy to work with Ms. Bongiorno to get that information to you, so we can put that together. On the second question, I think that depending on how exactly we're able to utilize the funds will depict just how we process them. From an auditing perspective, as you mentioned, we'll likely rely on our finance department and our comptroller's office for the accounting and auditing of the funds. If the fund usage points towards a more robust usage for the nonprofit and private sector, we'll have to figure out what the right arm is. So that what the right arm or form of government is. So as we learn more, I think we'll be able to better answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Mahan. So on the consent agenda, on a motion by Mr. Hurd, seconded by Mr. Diggins, Attorney Heim. I don't know if Attorney Heim for the roll call.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. I was just having a little difficulty there. Mrs. Mahan.
Yes.
Mr. Hurd.
Yes.
Mr. Diggins.
Yes.
Mr. Helmuth.
Yes.
Mr. DeCoursey.
Yes.
It's a unanimous vote.
Thank you very much. Okay, item 7, appointments to the Equal Opportunity Advisory Committee. Kate Bender for a term to expire 1/31/24. Is Ms. Bender with us tonight?
Yes, I just promoted her.
Yes, it's coming up.
Okay.
The video is not, I'm sorry. Let's see if I can get it.
Good. No, we can see you.
Okay.
Great. Well, good
Hello.
evening. I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about yourself and see if we have any questions from the board.
Sure. I am a 25-year experience in financial services, mostly in human resources. So I have experience in organizational effectiveness, employee engagement, talent management, and mostly in financial services. I recently retired from the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston, where I led a group of HR professionals. So with my retirement a year and a half ago, I'm doing some part-time consulting and also made a commitment to get more involved in my community. I've been in Arlington for about 10 years.
Great. Thank you very much. I'll turn to the board now. Mr. Diggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am very happy to make the motion to approve the appointment of Ms. Bender. And at some point, I'd like to ask a few questions and make a few comments. Is now the time, or should I wait, Mr. Chair?
No, it's as good a time as any.
Okay, great. So you had me at Los Alamos Labs. and then you really got me at Federal Reserve of Boston. But really, what cinched it, let me see if I can pull this up really fast, is the header, ability to navigate complex political environments to reach desired outcomes. I can just tell you now, I'm going to be reaching out to you because
please do.
By reaching out to you, I'm not going to be violating open meeting laws because I can only talk to one of my colleagues here. But there's going to be many opportunities where I think you can really give me some advice. So I'm really thrilled. And the best part of this gig is seeing the qualifications of people who really apply to volunteer for various positions in town. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Diggins. Mr. Helmuth.
No questions. Just thank you for being willing to serve. It's one of the things that makes Arlington such a great town, and we are delighted that you are willing to put in your time to give us a hand.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Mrs. Mahan.
I'm very thrilled to have you, Ms. Bender. You didn't really retire. You're just still working and you're not getting paid. So
I'm giving back.
Yeah. And I see that you do some pro bono work. So, shout out to you for that also. So you're still working. We can't afford you. But we're very pleased to have volunteers. We're always amazed by the caliber of volunteers that we get for the committee. Not only the caliber and the experience in the background, but the applicability to the position that they're applying for. Because last thing I want to do is put someone in a volunteer position that doesn't really set them up for success or the town for success. So we got a double win here. Look forward to when everything gets back to normal in 2023, maybe 24. We actually can meet safely in person sometime, but I will avail myself of the opportunity to contact you. COVID-19 safe ways that we're doing right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mahan. Mr. Hurd, and if I could ask you for a second on Mr. Diggins' motion too.
Second. Yep. And just thank you for your willingness to serve. We say this many times, but we have so many people that apply to be part of our community in our commissions and boards, and we're always floored at the level of talent that we have right here at home. And we get it for free, which is beautiful. Yeah. We get a lot of great consulting work at a great price. So thank you for your willingness to serve. And my only question is, if UNC Greensboro ever plays Wake Forest in a D1 sporting event, who do you root for?
That's a tough one, but I lean Wake Forest, I'm afraid.
It's a good choice. All right. Well, thank you for your willingness to serve.
Thanks.
Mr. Hurd, and Ms. Bender, I want to echo the comments of my colleagues. Thank you very much for your willingness to serve, and we really appreciate you stepping up to serve in this committee. So with a motion by Mr. Diggins, a second by Mr. Hurd, Attorney Heim.
Thank you. I'll try to get the order right this time. Okay, so Mr. Hurd?
Yes.
Mr. Diggins?
Yes.
Mr. Helmuth?
Yes.
Mrs. Mahan?
Yes.
Mr. DeCourcy?
Yes.
It's a unanimous vote.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, next item on the agenda, item 8, request for parking for Whittemore Park Phase 1 construction. Ali Carter and Mr. Chapdelaine. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Chapdelaine first on this.
So Ms. Carter will be joining us shortly. This is in relation to the upcoming construction work for the renovation of the park at Whittemore Park, but Ali is here and I will let her describe this request.
Thank you. Ali Carter, Economic Development Coordinator. Thank you for your time this evening. Yep, we're requesting 7 spaces in the Russell Common Lot for Jam Corp to park their vehicles, portable toilet, things they need to get their construction project done, which we expect to start sometime mid to late May, and hopefully be wrapped up sometime this summer, but we requested ample amount of time just to have some flexibility. Happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Cotter. Turn it to the board. Mr. Helmuth.
I'd like to move approval. And just could you remind the board or tell us kind of where we're at on the schedule of the overall project? Is this starting about when it was planned? Is it affected by pandemic or bidding? How's it going?
We would have loved to have done this last year, frankly, but with the construction season and when it would have gone out to bid, and there were several delays, but here we are now, and we're very happy with the design we've come up with, and we're already in the planning phase of phase 2, which will be accessibility improvements around the house. So,
excellent. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Helmuth. Mrs. Mahan.
I'd like to second that, and thank you once again. All of us do interface with Ms. Cotter on various committees and subcommittees, and always really impressed, but I'm afraid to say that and tell people about it, because usually when that happens, they leave us, like Ms. Werko. But it's such a phenomenal job that Allie and others in planning have been, especially around the small business issues and outreach and CDBG. And you're definitely working from home, because I see you a lot. And I refer a lot of people and businesses to you, and you get right back to them and they report right back how nice she is. And I said, well, don't tell too many people. We don't want her to get stolen away. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mrs. Mahan. Mr. Hurd.
Thank you. Definitely excited about this project, and obviously COVID delayed it, but I think this is going to be a great project by the time this gets through. I don't know if we had spoken with this at the economic development level, but do we know if Aeronaut is out again this year, if they're not interested in participating again this summer?
They are not able to participate for a number of reasons, but from their perspective, it's just not good business this year, and from the town's perspective, it's just not. We're not ready for that kind of activity, so
it's
unfortunately not.
I just wanted to know if we needed to start thinking about a new site, but understood. Disappointing. I know everyone likes that, but we'll enjoy it in the brand new, renovated Woodmore Park the following year. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Mr. Diggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No questions, no comments.
Great, thank you. And I don't have any questions either. Thank you very much for the memo, and looking forward to the work to be done. So on a motion by Mr. Helmuth, second by Mrs. Mahan. Attorney Heim.
Mr. Hurd.
Yes.
Mr. Diggins.
Yes.
Mr. Helmuth.
Yes.
Mrs. Mahan.
Yes.
Mr. DeCoursey.
Yes.
It's a unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Item 9 for discussion, future select board meetings. And so on this, we will talk about some dates, and also bear in mind that town meeting starts April 26th. So I think right now we have on our calendar through April 26th. We don't have anything for May or June. So maybe if we could look at our calendars, and I imagine we're going to be going well into June, or not June, into May for the town meeting. So as we look at this, we will be in session during town meeting, but we probably should pick a couple dates in May and a couple in June. So I don't know if anybody has any suggestions for that.
10 and 24 in May.
Okay. Is that anybody have any issue that seems to make sense? Anybody have any questions on that date or any conflicts?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. What was the date again? I couldn't hear.
Yeah, May 10 and May 24.
So
no conflicts.
I would, if possible, like to avoid the 24th. If it screws up the schedule, I can make it work. But if it's possible to put it on a separate night, then that would work for my schedule.
Okay. The only issue, the 31st, we run up against Memorial Day, right? So I think the third was still.
How about the 10th and Wednesday, the 26th?
Yeah, that's what I was just going to look at.
I think on the 10th, we're still going to be in town meeting, so we'll only have a 1 hour select board meeting. I'm praying to the Lord God up above for many things, so I won't say for this, but by May 26th, there's a fairly good shot we could be wrapped up with town meeting, maybe not. And then we'd switch back to 7:15 in a full meeting. But just if people want to pick a different date, but maybe if we could meet that week, maybe not the 26th, Mr. Chairman. What date do you think besides a Monday night?
Well, I think that's fine with me because that avoids a conflict. Is the 26th the problem, Mr. Hurd, or is that okay?
Nope, that's fine.
Okay. And Mr. Diggins and Mr. Helmuth, is that okay?
Yeah, this far out, I don't have a problem. I can certainly block that time out, so.
That's fine for me. So do we do 7 p.m. on town meeting nights when we meet?
That's right.
Yeah, that's fine.
And okay. All right. And so for June, why don't we take a look at that too and see if anybody, if you want to discuss dates for that.
Any dates work for me.
7/21?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And just a question for Mr. Chapdelaine. Does it matter? I don't know if there's anything as we get closer to the month that the 28th would make a difference for the 21st. I'd like to do 7 and 21, but if there's a reason to do it closer to the end of the fiscal year, I just want to ask you about that.
I would imagine we can have any potential transfers the board would need to approve ready by the 21st. So I think that would be okay.
Okay. All right, great. How is the 7th and 21st for the other members? Okay, good. Okay, Mr. Diggins?
I'm sorry. Yes, I was not in my head, but I should have said verbalized. Yes, it's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sure. And I don't know if we want to go into July or if do we just want to take care of May and June at this point?
If I could, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
I would say maybe perhaps sometime next month's meeting, if you could work with the town manager as the newly elected chair, usually in July, sometimes in August, where we have the 1 month meeting, we incorporate goals and missions forum, charrette. So I guess the June or August date would kind of drive around that. So if you two could have conversations and then maybe come back and make a recommendation at the next meeting or whatever.
Sure. Okay, so that's fine. So we'll just take care of May and June for now. So just to repeat, May 10th, May 26th, June 7th, and June 21st. Good. And this doesn't require a vote. We'll just put it on the calendar. Okay, item 10, for discussion and vote, support for ARB votes on town meeting articles 35, 38, and 43. We have Ms. Raitt and Attorney Heim. I'll turn it over to Attorney Heim first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the board will recall, you had a joint meeting with the ARB, and one of the things that came out of that was discussion about select board articulating support for a limited number, or at least discussing a limited number of ARB votes and recommendations within the town meeting cycle.
Signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. To you and the whole committee on excellent work. Thank you.
Of those who survive now get only a fraction.
National Girl Scout line now how. If I get low, then I call Mojo. Got the latest project for the promo.
Hey, man.
How you doing, Mr. Rudy?
What's up, in?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. How you been?
Okay.
You gotta kiss the face.
Yeah.
What kind of things that had you learned? Your work as postal service that kept you going.
You know what that takes to be a postman? You gotta love the people.
Right.
To me, Meals on Wheels is the most wonderful thing. You guys coming in, I see you and you talk to me for a few words and all that. I think that's great. That's the food of life.
For a little bit.
Yeah.
Here's fine. Sit.
Nervous, I guess.
A little nervous. It's all right.
A little nervous.
Okay. Don't be nervous. Straighten your shoulders. Yes. Smile. Smile. Chin down. Do you get one with teeth? No, you don't like teeth ones. Or you can relax. I'm just gonna adjust first. Okay. Oh yeah, and your friend wanted to surprise you really quickly.
My friend?
Yeah. My friend.
Okay.
Hey Sharon, I'm here, it's me.
What's up, Pelvis? It's me, Sarah Lee. I just wanted to tell you I love you. And you mean the world to me, honestly. I was bullied for 4 years in middle school. And these girls, they would say the meanest things ever. I met you, and when I smiled, you said you had the greatest smile, and it meant so much to me.
I was a jerk a lot of times, and I didn't really treat or say things that were, the best.
It got to a point with my eating disorder. They were like, you have to make a decision whether to eat or you can't come back to school. You just sat there and you listened and you gave me advice. I've never had someone who wanted to hear what I had to say. Because of you, I felt more comfortable and I felt welcome being at school, being the new kid, because no one else came up to me the way you did.
I do know what you do for me. I do not ignore it. It's being recorded in my brain. It's in there.
Because without you, I wouldn't be the person I am today.
Hey, sweet.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Caitlin.
Did you know that you had such a big impact on her life?
I knew that just by being nice to people, I could have an impact, but not that much.
I didn't know that those kinds of words would be so impactful on her. So when you have the opportunity to tell somebody how much they mean to you, you need to tell them so that they can keep doing it for other people.
The Department of Telecommunications and Cable is a government agency that oversees the telecommunications and cable industries in Massachusetts. We can assist you in addressing unresolved disputes with your service provider. Contact the Department of Telecommunications and Cable. Call 1-800-392-6066. Email consumer.complaints@state.ma.us. Visit our website, www.mass.gov/DTC.
If you live in one of the 22 communities that appear on your screen now, you likely belong to the Mystic River watershed. This vital resource is a natural living system that we all share. Since 1972, the Mystic River Watershed Association has successfully fought to protect and restore this treasure. Now I'm asking you to join that effort. Please go to mysticriver.org to become a member and to find out how you can help today.
Congrats on paying off all those student loans.
Finally, right?
I'm kind of living paycheck to paycheck right now.
Well, have you tried saving?
Bill collectors, they're the worst. Am I right?
When it comes to financial stability, don't get left behind. Get tools and tips for saving at feedthepig.org.
You are watching the Government Channel on ACMi, Arlington Community Media.
Welcome to the control room. This is where a lot of the magic happens in creating an ACMi show. There are many positions that work in this space, and we'll be going one by one to show you everything that goes on in here. The soundboard controls the audio that we receive. It's important to have clear audio by not having it too quiet or too loud, so we have to keep an eye out on the levels. The talent can change their range, so adjusting to them is very important. This machine turns on the cameras we have in the studio. Because they power them, it's one of the first things we turn on when coming into the studio. Here is the teleprompter. This is projected on the cameras in the studio so that the talent can read it while still looking at the camera. It may look easy, but by not following the talent, it can throw the flow of the show off. The technical board controls the transitions between the different camera shots. The person that has this position is called the technical director, or TD for short. They closely follow the director's orders when switching between the shots. Now moving on to the studio, which you may be a little more familiar with from some of the shows we host here, like the Arlington Public News. But now we'll show you what's on the other side of what you usually see. Here are our family of cameras. They are all connected to headsets for communication and, of course, the teleprompters. Frequently, 2 of the cameras are usually zoomed in on a person each, and the last camera captures a wide shot, the entirety of what's going on front. The 4th camera is the jib, which we use for larger shots and has more flexibility. It can go up pretty high, and with its height, we can create more dramatic and impressive shots. The lights are scattered all throughout the ceiling. The 3 kinds of lights are backlight, fill light, and key light, to make sure that our subject is lit as best as possible.
Give you weather warnings and emergency alerts on your cell phone. It's available for iPhones and Androids, and it's free to download on the app. And how it works and how to download it, visit mass.gov/MEMA/mobile app.
Hi, I am Jim Feeney, and I am fortunate to serve as your Deputy Town Manager for Operations.
Hi, my name is Sandy Pooler. I am Deputy Town Manager and Director of Finance.
Hello, my name is Karen Malloy, and I serve as the town's Director of Human Resources.
Hello, I'm Kevin Kelly, and I serve as your Fire Chief.
Hello, my name is Julie Flaherty, and I'm the Chief of Police.
Good evening. My name is Michael Rademacher, and I am the Director of Public Works.
Hi, I'm Jenny Raitt. I'm the Director of Planning and Community Development.
Hi, I'm Greg Walters, the Director of Facilities.
Hi, I'm Ida Cody, the Town Controller.
Hi, I'm Paul Tierney, Director of Assessments.
Hi, I'm Phyllis Marshall, the Town Treasurer Collector.
Hello, my name is Dan Sheehan. I'm the Interim Technology Director.
Hi, I'm Andrea Nicolai, your Director of Libraries.
Hi, this is Michael Byrne. I'm the Director of Inspectional Services.
Hi, this is Joe Conley, Director of Recreation.
It's good to know all the faces behind all of the different departments that are there to serve us and to help us through every day in our lives. I have a question of any town meeting members who have not yet been sworn in. I'd like to, let me know somehow. Let's see if they could use the, oh, it's not available yet.
John,
yeah.
I turned on the raised hand in Zoom if you want.
Oh, okay. If anybody has not yet been sworn in, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom and I'll swear you in. Okay. We can assume everybody has been sworn in. All righty, good. That takes care of that. I recognize the Chair of the Board of Selectmen, Mr. Stephen DeCourcy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It is moved that if all the business of the meeting as set forth in the warrant for the annual town meeting is not disposed of at this session, when the meeting adjourns, it adjourns to Monday, May 3rd, 2021 at 8 p.m.
Ms. Bazil, you want to second that, or Mr. Foskett?
Second.
If anybody objects to that, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. If not, I'll consider it a unanimous vote. Okay, we're going to consider that a unanimous vote. Have any announcements or resolutions? I believe Mr. Ruderman has an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Michael Ruderman, Precinct 9, and Arlington's representative to the Minuteman School Committee. I've had a number of requests to find out if Minuteman, the kids in the culinary shop in particular, could provide baked goods, cookies, cakes, pies, the things that they have brought for us for several years to great acclaim, and make those available to us for our snacking during town meeting sessions. Unfortunately, all of the outruns are canceled due to COVID. However, Minuteman has been running what they call their soup group, where you place an order with the kids on a Friday over the weekend. The menu comes out on Friday. They fill it, and it is available on orders close on the Monday following, and you pick it up at Minuteman on Thursday. What I will do is I will email this link to the members once it is published by Minuteman on Friday. They have agreed, just for us, for this week, to expand their baked goods offering to include some of the favorites that we've had at town meetings in the past. Unfortunately, they can't be with us this year to provide a bake sale for our town meeting, but they would like to provide us with things, and they appreciate our continued enthusiasm for their offerings.
So, Michael, we go online, order something, and it shows up at my door?
No, it does not. It shows up on a table at the driveway in front of the Minuteman High School building in Lexington. You place your order online, and then before Monday when orders close, and then you show up at Minuteman on Thursday, some particular hours to be in the email to pick it up.
Oh, okay. Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other announcements? If anyone has an announcement, is raise hand still up, Ms. Whalen? If anyone else has an announcement, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom and let us know about it right now, or any simple resolution honoring somebody that would be taken right now.
Mr. Moderator, we have Beth Malofchik who raised her hand.
Okay. Let's bring Beth up.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Beth Malofchik, Precinct 9. There's some disappointment that we didn't see our Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion.
We'll find out why Jillian couldn't get here. We can ask Mr. Chapdelaine. Perhaps she was unavailable when they did that, but we'll have her do a quick hello for us next time. If she can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Okay.
Mr. Moderator, I can address that if you wish.
Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Chapdelaine.
It's really an organizational chart matter, with Ms. Harvey having been promoted to director of a division within the Health and Human Services Department. So she serves as the director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion under the direction of Christine Bongiorno as director of Health and Human Services. So for the video intro, we included department heads or department directors as opposed to division directors. So no slight at all for Jill, just the way the organizational chart works.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Okay. There are no other hands up, so we're going to close announcements and resolutions. And Mr. Foskett, let's take 3 off the table, see if there are any other reports to be received.
Mr. Moderator, I move that Article 3 be removed from the table.
Second.
Thank you. If anyone objects, please use the raise hand feature. Seeing none, are there any other reports to be received? Any other departments have a report to be received? Okay, seeing none, let's put 3 back on the table.
Mr. Moderator, Charlie Foskett, Precinct 8, I move that Article 3 be laid upon the table.
Second.
All in favor, please. All opposed, please use raise hand feature. It's a unanimous vote. How the heck did I do that? It's unanimous vote, and I saw it clear. 3 is on the table. That brings us back to Article 7. We're in the midst of debate on Article 7. Bylaw amendment, rock removal requirements. When we last spoke, I think Ms. Memon had the floor. Was it Ms. Memon? And she may have had some questions that were outstanding. Mr. Heim may have gotten some answers for her. Is this true, Mr. Heim?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Doug Heim, Town Council. I want to let folks know first and foremost that I believe Fire Chief Kevin Kelly is joining us tonight for this discussion in case folks have any specific questions for the Arlington Fire Department, who administers blasting regulations and issues blasting permits in Arlington. Based on a review, it appears that there were a total of 10 permits for 7 sites over, I believe, the last 11 years. So there have been 10 permits for blasting issued within roughly the last decade for a total of 7 sites. With respect to Ms. Memmon's second question, I did a survey of decisions with respect to blasting, basically looking if there's any local bylaws regulating blasting. I didn't find anything that would suggest that communities have different standards for blasting, which is not what I would expect. The biggest thing that I sort of saw was that some communities that are a little bit more rural have some special regulations with respect to what are called like large industrial facilities, but not would apply to Arlington. Chief Kelly and his captain in charge of blasting did inform me that the way the state regulations work, there are certain ways in which density is acted differently in one community versus another. In other words, when an actual blast is conducted, the denser a community is, the closer the instruments that basically measure seismological activity and noise are going to be to the actual blast itself. So greater care has to be exercised by blasting companies. Different techniques might have to be used in a denser community because the instruments are going to be located on neighboring sort of property lines much closer to the blast than they would be if the next house was, you know, 3/4 of a mile down the road. I hope that answers your questions. Thank you.
Yes, it does. Thank you, Mr. Hahn. So, Zarina Memon, Precinct 21. So I actually was looking at this a little bit further because of the density. I am nervous about voting for it. And initially, I was for it because I thought the state would have this would be fine for our town, but having seen the concerns of the residents, I feel that more study needs to be put into this, especially in this area, since we only done 7 permits for 10 permits for sites in the last 11 years. I have seen fly rock is another thing that I mentioned in my review. I feel that that this definitely needs to be something that we shouldn't rush into in Arlington, because it is we're just a dense community, and I think I'm like just practically living on my neighbor's house because we just see each other's windows all the time. I can't see this really helping the heights very much. So I'm against this. I don't have any other matters to bring up right now. All I know is I know that the select board did consider this with the disagreements that were found by the citizens, and I'm just against it right now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Memon. Mr. Yantar? Timur Yantar.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Timur Yantar, Precinct 7. I call the question on Article 7 and on all matters before it. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Yars, move to terminate the debate. So this is our first chance to check this out. On your participate page, you'll now see a button, the second. So if anyone wants to second that, go ahead and hit second. And second Mr. Yantar's motion. And okay, that motion's been seconded. Now we're going to clear those out, and we're going to go right to a debate. So we now you know that second button is for just that. That's going to be here for the rest of the meeting. So instead of having Mr. yell out second every time, which is fun, I wanted to try to get more in the field of my town meeting members to be able to yell out as best we can electronically. So Adam is going to bring up a motion to terminate debate. So the same drill as the other day. Slowly navigate back to the voting portal page. If it isn't there, refresh it. If you can't, use the voting portal, use the chat feature. Go ahead and use the portal page. If you can't use the chat feature in chat, just yes if you want to terminate debate, to no if you don't. And if that doesn't work, you can call Ms. Brazil at 781-316-3070. So let's enable voting.
John, Julie
Yes.
Brazil, Town Clerk. It's 316-3071.
Oh, did I say it back?
I think you said 3070. It's 3071. My
Okay. I said, all right. Thank you, Brazil. So 1 to terminate debate, cast vote. 2, you do not want to terminate debate, cast your vote. Chat it in. Yes, no. We don't need your name. We just need what your vote is. So we have 30 seconds. And I think got everybody entered. And okay, let's close voting. It failed. We didn't get 2/3, so we're going to continue our debate. These require 2/3 votes. The next speaker, we go back to the speaking list. Next, we have Carol Band.
Hi.
Carol.
I have a question. Have we ever denied a permit for blasting?
Hello, this is Kevin Kelly. I'm unaware of us denying a permit. Now, we might have had a permit come in that was in the incomplete application. I'm unaware of any denial.
Is there such a thing in Arlington as an unbuildable lot or a lot that has an existing house where blasting, if they were to enlarge or tear it down, build something else, where the blast would be inappropriate, where it would affect the neighbors too much, or the character of the landscape? Is there such thing as an unbuildable or unblasted lot, or that as long as you can make money, it's okay?
So, Chief, I think the question is: are there any lots in town where blasting would be inappropriate?
I don't think I can answer that question. I don't know the answer.
Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all.
Josh Lobel. Josh is in precinct 8, I believe.
Hi there. This is Josh Lobel for precinct 8. I think this is an article that's probably, and I think that everybody realizes that blasting can be very annoying, as well as chipping. Any kind of rock removal is very annoying to neighbors. However, I don't think this is necessarily the right solution. As I understand it, currently, people can blast if they meet the current state regulations. What this article is trying to do is to mandate that they conduct a blasting survey beforehand, see if blasting might be appropriate. I'm wondering if anybody can answer the question about how much a survey like that might cost a developer. Or a rough idea if $1,000 or $1,000 or $50,000.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Hahn.
Doug, Town Council, I don't have a dollar here. We did talk about it. The fire department anticipation. Typically, what happens is the blasting company subs firm that has to go out and try to contact each household within 250 feet 3 times. On stormwater and both of these types of things, anytime you're changing landscaping. We also have an existing wetlands protection bylaw, which some folks may have had some interface with. I know I've had a few cases that have been about alterations to the landscape that created some concern about the flow of water and things like that. But so they are considered right now already as is. In terms of which one is better, that's not something that I think that this contemplates or that we typically look at to say blasting versus chipping is going to have a specific environmental impact. It's more, what is the end change to the grade going to do? Are there concerns from a wetlands bylaw perspective? Are there concerns from a stormwater perspective? I know the environmental planner is on. If I'm getting this wrong, she can shake her head at me, but I think I've got it right. Oh, she gave me the thumbs up. Good.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Gordon Jameson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Gordon Jameson, Precinct 12. So here's what I've heard. People obviously can chip to remove rock. Takes a long time. It's noisy and dusty. People can blast, as the town council told us. My brother-in-law in Connecticut, his company specializes in site preparation for properties in their town, and he doesn't like the blast. Costs a lot of money. It's dangerous, and so he tends to steer away from it. The properties there are usually larger in scope and size than here, sometimes much substantially. As far as blasting having fly rock, every blasting site that I've ever gone by has a large metal mesh, rather heavy metal mesh, on top of the actual area that's being blasted. So I don't find that to be an issue. I inquired of town council based upon a question, I believe posed by another member the other night, about could we make the notification area larger? And I did some math. If you take a 5,000 square foot property and from each corner go out by 250 feet, that actually covers about 8 acres. So that would be like notifying 2/3 of the size of Robbins Farm Park or more. So I think the notification area is fine. I think the purpose of this article is to focus people on blasting, which I think most contractors don't want to do just because it's dangerous. I'm fine on having this in our bylaws, but I don't see that it's really going to make, if the purpose is to get rid of long time chipping of rock, I don't think that's going to be, that's not going to happen. So that's where I am. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Jameson. Deborah Butler. Deborah, you want to unmute and tell us what you're thinking about? Deborah? Hello, Deborah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I have a great deal of concerns about this article for two different reasons. One, Arlington is unusual in the amount of buried and forgotten subterranean water. I once lived at 11 Plymouth Street and was surprised when 18-inch geysers came up from underneath it. And because I can do title research, I did so and found, as John Marr will remember, that in fact the house was illegally built on a buried water movement and an artesian well, and is listed in the Water Resources Index. For over 100 years, all potable water within a certain number of miles of the State House had to be registered. And it showed water was piped through 11 Plymouth Street from 6 different springs and down into the 8-acre reservoir behind where we're building a high school. The number of buried culverts, buried year-round water, and underground water that was removed from Mill Creek, which was once navigable by bateau, is quite large. And so the impact of blasting on unknown underground water is potentially rather major. Secondly, for decades, I received the Massachusetts Lawyers Weekly, and pretty much almost every issue, there were reports on lawsuits resulting from blasting that caused damages to foundations and changes in the underground flow of water. And having listened to part of the debate and understanding that these sorts of concerns were not really addressed, I am not in favor of anything that makes it more likely there would be more blasting. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Miss. Lynette Culverhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Lynette Culverhouse, Precinct 11. My concern about this is that the potential to damage the foundation of abutting houses is pretty evident, and that there is only a 30-day window for residents to pursue damages from that. And often damage as a result of blasting doesn't show up for months. And I think this is a concern about encouraging blasting in Arlington. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. John Warden.
Yes, John Warden, Precinct 8. Am I there?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. The description we had earlier in the discussion was, well, would you rather put up with eight weeks of continuous noise, dust, and vibrations, or would you rather have it quick and lasting and have permanent damage to your house? And my question is, why should the people of Arlington who've invested, if they bought recently a lot of money in their house, have to put up with a choice like that? I mean, it's crazy. If we're out where my son lives in Templeton, where the houses are a long ways apart, and he's got a 10-acre plot, it's different. But here, we're houses. A lot of our houses, as you know, are on 5,000 or 6,000 foot lots. We are close to each other. We can see in each other's windows, etc. And I would suggest that this article be referred to a committee or something, so that there should be some comprehensive study to see what, if anything, the town can do to protect its citizens and protect our rocky outcroppings, which characterize every part of the town. West of Spy Pond, Mystic and Pleasant Streets is full of rocks. Everybody knows that, and it's full. It's almost fully developed. There are a few parcels left. The reason they're left is because when people had a little more brains in their heads, they realized they were really unbuildable. And I think if somebody has to build there, which they don't, it's just greed. Maybe they should build on top of the rocks. But I think that we ought to have to do some serious research to put this thing aside for now and do some serious research about what we can do as a community to protect ourselves and our neighbors from these kind of things, which really should not happen in a densely populated community as ours is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Christopher Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Christopher Moore, Precinct 14. I move to terminate debate on the article and all matters before it.
Okay, we have a motion to terminate debate. If someone wants to go ahead and second Mr. Moore's second, it's been seconded. Okay, so we now have a motion to terminate debate in front of us. Adam's going to go through his drill. Okay, so town meeting members navigate back to the portal. In a minute, we will have the voting screen opened.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, sir?
I believe I opened the article voting and not the terminate debate voting.
Oh, okay. So let's undo that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Karlsky. So he's going to enable voting. So get back to your portal page. If you haven't refreshed, go. If you need to do it, don't do it unless you have to. We're also going to open up the chat. So if you can not use the portal and you're not able to use the portal, go ahead and use the chat. Yes, yes to terminate debate. No to continue to discuss. Okay. So go ahead, press 1 to terminate debate, cast your vote, or 2 to continue to discuss. And then if you have to chat, go ahead and chat your vote in. Yes to terminate debate. No to continue debating. And we have about 30 seconds. If the last members want to go ahead and vote at this point, we're going to close down voting in about 15 seconds. And okay. Let's close voting.
Mr. Moderator, we have one verbal vote that's being recorded.
Oh, okay.
One chat vote.
Who's entering them tonight? Gabby or Julie?
Julie.
Okay. So give us a thumbs up when we're ready, Julie. Okay, we got a thumbs up. So let's close voting. The motion passes 87.5%, 189 in the affirmative, 27 in the negative. So once we run through the 6-7 screens, we'll be able to then get to a vote on the actual article itself. Okay, so we've gone through all 7 screens now. Everyone can see how they voted. Now we can go to open the article. We're going to actually go back to the article and go right to voting on Article 7, the rock removal requirements. So go ahead and refresh your page, and Adam is going to enable voting. So same drill, go back to the portal. Your cast your vote should be up. Press 1 for yes to adopt the bylaw as written by in the select board's report. 2 to not. And if you can't do it, please use the chat. Just chat in yes or no. And if you get the spinny thing, just go ahead and refresh, and it will get your vote right in there. As soon as I get the thumbs up that we have all the chat votes in, we're going to close voting. Okay, we can go ahead and close voting. And the motion fails. 62 in the negative, 62 in the positive, 172 in the negative. And it's a vote, and I so declare it. And that closes Article 7. So as soon as we go through the screens, we'll then close Article 7, and we will go to Article 15, which is our next open article.
Mr. Moderator, can you reconfirm which article we're going to?
15.
Thank you.
Everything between 8 and 14 was taken care of on the consent agenda and has been disposed of. So now we're up to 15. So town meeting members, you would have been given today a revised amendment by Mr. Meek. So Mr. Schlickman has a point of order. We can bring Mr. Schlickman up.
Good evening, Paul Schlickman, Precinct 9. If we defeat the main motion, do we then have to vote no action to dispose of the prior article?
There was no amendments on 7, Mr. Schlickman.
Okay, so the defeat of the article kills the article and we don't need to vote no action.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we have now before us Article 15, domestic partnerships. We have the recommended vote of the board of the select board as printed in their report. And does Mr. Chapdelaine or Mr. DeCourcy wish to address this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Steve DeCourcy, Chair of the Select Board. The Select Board supports the formal recognition of domestic partnerships through the adoption of the proposed bylaw. The recommended bylaw contained in the Select Board report was the version the proponents brought before the board for approval. I want to add that the proponents were made aware of potential legal issues as to the validity of the bylaw if the definition of domestic partnerships was expanded to include more than 2 persons. The reason for that is, as a town, any new bylaw is subject to a review and approval by the Attorney General. So, due in part to that, for that reason, the board recommends the version before you. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Meeks, I believe you have a motion.
Sorry, I'm a new town meeting member. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say.
You say, Mr. Moderator, I would have a motion to amend this article, and I wish to submit it.
Mr. Moderator, I have a motion to amend this article. I'd like to submit it.
And now somebody seconds that for you so that we can discuss it. Okay, it's been seconded. Mr. Meeks, now you can address your article and tell us all about it.
Great. I think I have a video prepared. I don't know if you're planning to show that, but I'm also happy to.
If you have a video and you want us to show it, we can do that under your 7 minutes of time. So we can go ahead if you wish.
Yes, please.
Okay. So just give us a half a second to get that going.
Hello, my name is Amos Meeks. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 3, and I want to introduce Article 15, which would create a domestic partnership bylaw in Arlington. This bylaw would allow people to register a domestic partnership if they commit to mutual support and caring, if they reside together and intend to do so indefinitely, if they share basic living expenses such as food, utilities, household goods, if they are all at least 18 years old, if they are competent to enter a contract, and if they are not married to anyone and are not closely enough related that they could not be married under state law. The idea of this essentially is that rather than a marriage, which indicates more of a union between people, this is indicating a commitment to family living together in the same household. And thus, people in a domestic partnership and their dependents are treated as family in the eyes of the town. What this means is that they would have visitation rights at town-operated healthcare facilities, which currently there are none. They would have visitation rights at town-operated correctional facilities, such as the jail. And a child's legal parent or guardian could give their domestic partner access to the child's school records and access to the child, such as to take them out of school in case of a family emergency. And then furthermore, the term spouse, family, or marriage anywhere in the bylaws would explicitly include domestic partners. I think the main way that this would impact is such as in bereavement leave for town employees, in terms of how much leave they could get for the death of a family member. The main motion would create a fairly standard domestic partnership bylaw applicable to partnerships of 2 people. However, we have also proposed an amendment which would allow the creation of domestic partnerships for 2 or more people, and it would also remove Section 10. This is the section that equates spouse in other parts of the bylaw to domestic partners. There was concern raised about this from outside legal experts in that it may conflict with state law concerning polygamy, and thus be an issue when this bylaw is reviewed by the Attorney General. So for now, we've removed it, and we'll probably revisit this issue later on. And to answer a few frequently asked questions, can Arlington residents register domestic partnerships in other municipalities, such as Somerville? The answer is yes. So right now, anyone, you or me, could go register a domestic partnership with more than 2 people in the city of Somerville. However, the town of Arlington would not recognize them. And so that domestic partnership would not get the rights explicitly laid out in this bylaw. While Somerville and Cambridge have passed ordinances allowing more than 2 people, no other town in Massachusetts has done so. And so if we pass an amendment allowing more than 2 people to register domestic partnerships, this would go in front of the Attorney General to review. So could she strike the proposed amendments down if passed? Yes, she could. However, state law does not currently regulate domestic partnerships in any way, as far as I'm aware. They essentially leave domestic partnerships entirely up to the municipalities, so there is no reason to expect her to find any conflict or issue with the amendments. Would this bylaw impact the town financially in any way? No, it would not. It's solely about the rights that I mentioned before and recognizing families as families. And does this force private organizations to do anything? No. All this affects is how people in a domestic partnership are treated by the town of Arlington. Any organization outside the town of Arlington can choose whether or not to recognize the domestic partnership. So for example, healthcare insurance providers deciding whether or not a domestic partner is eligible for someone's health to benefit from someone's healthcare, or hospitals outside of Arlington allowing visitation of people with domestic partnership within Arlington. That being said, I suspect that in many of these cases, a domestic partnership registered in Arlington would choose to recognize it. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope that you will vote yes both on the main motion as well as the amendment to allow domestic partnerships of more than 2 people.
And that was Amos Meeks of Precinct 3. Amos, yeah, you have to, when you first speak, name and precinct.
Thank you. I believe I did, both in the video and in person, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to add just one personal bit with the time that I have left,
Sure.
Which is that I'm supporting this because this is a very personal matter to me. I have lived for years with my 2 other life partners. I believe that we're a family, but we're not seen as a family in the eyes of the town, and so don't count as a family for things like hospital visitation, even though I'm their only family member living in the area. And we don't, count as a family in terms of getting benefits, which we recently encountered when I tried to get dental insurance through one of my partner's workplaces, and they required proof of a domestic partnership in order to provide that. So I hope that people will support this for me and many others I know in Arlington and other cities and towns across the state in similar situations. I really just want sort of my family to be recognized as such by Arlington and have this for others so that we can care for each other in times of need. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Meeks. Adam McNeil.
Hello, Adam McNeil, Precinct 6. I'm going to speak quickly to the amendment because I think probably everyone or most people are in favor of the main motion. Fundamentally, I think this is a civil rights issue, even if it might be affecting, say, a much smaller percentage of people than other recent civil rights issues that we've had. And not that one should need personal experience to side on a level of a civil rights issue, but I can tell I have multiple friends and longtime people that I've known that have been in long-term polyamorous or otherwise multiple person relationships. And they really are, it is incredibly difficult legally. And this obviously doesn't fix all those issues, but it is a step in the right direction for that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Guillermo Hamlin.
Hello, Mike. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, moderator. Guillermo Hamlin, Precinct 14. I'd like to start out by thanking you, Town Council, especially Michael Cunningham for his patience with my silly questions. I'd like to thank Mr. Meeks very quickly, but what began as an exploration in empowering, cohabitating unmarried couples, given recent state legislature measures during COVID-19, it seemed like a very good petition to start off as a town meeting member. Prior to my petition, Cambridge and Somerville, with their separately constituted authority, enacted provisions allowing for plural partnerships. Throughout my petitioning process, it was unavoidable. I sought the help of Town Council, Rainbow Arlington, and most recently the Select Board. And I do want to say that I appreciate the Select Board and their work. Please refer to their report. But in short, they feel certain about two adults that will be adopted without issue. And I do ask that you vote for the main motion without issue and without delay. We had the opportunity during the Select Board to confront the second line of the article, which is to define the parameters of domestic partnerships in Arlington. So please allow myself and Mr. Meeks and these others to really explain our rationale as to why we'd like to adopt this provision for allowing for plural partnerships. We are not asking the town manager or the Select Board to begin buying group health insurance for employees, such as we would be afraid of, such as under Connors versus City of Boston, where former Mayor Menino, with an executive order, tried to square that away. We are not looking to do that. We are duly within our scope to consider this amendment that is looking to be approved with a main motion that was approved by the Select Board. Let me close this with an italicized and bold concession that this amendment is not 100% guaranteed. But this, I've known, has not mattered in countless other home rule efforts brought before this body. We have worked really hard to narrow this amendment, meaning that should it be severed, again, meaning that should it fail to meet the AG's standard, the main motion will endure, and then we can return to Rainbow Arlington for next steps. We ask you to vote in favor of Mr. Meeks' amendment as a start to recognizing plural domestic partnerships as they have most recently and abuttingly been recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamlin. William Brooks Harrelson.
Brooks Harrelson, Precinct 16. I just have a question for the framers of this article. Clause 7 seems, of the definitions in Section 2, seems to me to be overly restrictive, and I'm wondering why it is there.
I believe you have Assistant Town Council Michael Cunningham, who is heading up this. Mr. Cunningham, can you answer that question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you for the question. Yeah, I think that was in the main motion, was intended to make sure that the proposed bylaw amendment did not run afoul of state law regarding marriage or civil unions.
So if I'm living with my uncle and I take a trip, we can't form a domestic partnership where my uncle would be able to work with the school system for my child.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Next up, we have Betty Stone.
Betty Stone, Precinct 7. I am
in favor of passing this article, and I have two questions about the termination language in the amendment. The first is just a point of clarification. Maybe Mr. Meeks can help me with this. The way I understand it, if any member of a, what was the language that you were using? Multi-partnership? If any member, or what it says is that any member may terminate the domestic partnership. Does that mean that if there are three people in a partnership and one of them decides to terminate their membership in the partnership, does that mean that the domestic partnership does not exist for the remaining two people? That's my first question.
Mr. Cunningham, can you give us an opinion on that? Or is this a issue that hasn't been resolved yet?
That's how I read this section C number 1 in the amendment that was just filed today.
Yep. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, and it's a good question. This is Michael Cunningham, Deputy Town Council. The way that is written, it would be an issue of first impression, but it's my belief that it is likely that it would terminate the entire domestic partnership.
Because I'm just questioning that because I'm questioning it simply because I'm not sure that that's what the folks who created this amendment intended, and I wanted just to be clear. The second is kind of a related question that comes down to the very end where it says, any person filing a termination statement, this is the very last sentence, must declare under the pains and penalties of perjury that the domestic partnership is thereby terminated and that all domestic partners have been notified of such termination either personally or by mailing a copy of the termination statement to the domestic partners, and that's single partner '(s) last email and usual address by certified mail. So again, this is a little grammar nerdy, but that seems to me to be saying that if partner, I'm just going to name them 1, 2, and 3. If partner 1 wants to terminate this partnership, they need to do it by sending or personally or mailing a copy of the termination statement to the domestic partners. It seems to me, it's a question. Is that supposed to be a single partner's last and usual address? And which partner is that? Is that number 2 or number 3? Or should it be partners S', which is the other 2 people in this partnership? The language is, the section is unclear in terms of what its actual intent is to me, and what this language says. And, I preface this all by saying I am in favor of the motion in general and the amendment in general, but I have these questions about the termination section. So if anybody can help me with understanding that what the intent is there, that would be helpful. And I just want to make sure that this amendment says what it's intended and what the writers of the article and the amendment want it to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we bring Mr. Meeks back for a second? I have one specific question to ask him.
Hello, Amos Meeks, Precinct 3.
Mr. Meeks, did you mean that S in the word partner apostrophe S, the apostrophe to follow the S as opposed to preceding it?
Yes, I think that was missed. Thank you very much.
Okay.
That should follow the S to
So
the
with your permission, Mr. Meeks, I'm going to make an administrative change of that apostrophe from before the S in that last line, partner apostrophe S to a partner's S, then apostrophe.
Please do.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Stone, for bringing that to our attention. Thank you, Mr. Meeks. Our next speaker is Dan Dunn.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Daniel Dunn, former select board member.
So, Mr. Moderator, can you hear me? I apologize.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is Daniel Dunn for Precinct 21. I had an audio issue. I apologize.
No problem.
I support the amendment and I support the main motion. If the amendment fails, I still strongly support the main motion. I remember when my rights as a gay man were not protected. I had a right to a job, a right to care for others, a right to be joined by my loved one from another country. I don't have to worry about that anymore, and I can't tell you how much that matters. I have the deepest empathy for Amos Meeks and his family, and I want him to enjoy the revolution that I have seen in my lifetime. Are we breaking new ground? Maybe we are, but maybe we aren't. Love is love is love is love. This bylaw may lose on the state level, but the power of town meeting comes from when we say what we think, and it is time to lead. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Mr. Yontar?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Timur Kayantar, Precinct 7, pass.
Thank you. Ian Goodsell?
Mr. Moderator, it's Ian Goodsell from Precinct 11. I was just wondering, I am very much for the article as written in the select board and for the amendment as written by Mr. Meeks. Is there a chance that if the amendment is passed, that the original article could get struck down? I'm just
what will happen is if we will vote on the amendment first, if that would change the original article to read what the amendment says, and that would be the final vote that we will have. And the article as amended would be our final bylaw.
Oh, yeah, I know. I understood that, sir. I was just wondering from at a state level, seeing as we would be trailblazing a little bit from what I understand. What do you think is there an opinion on anyone that
let's ask,
go ahead.
Let's ask Mr. Cunningham.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Michael Cunningham, Deputy Town Council. Yes, if this were sent to the Attorney General's Municipal Law Unit, it would be a novel issue and the outcome is unclear. There are other towns in Massachusetts that have passed domestic partnership bylaw amendments, but they've always been two-person. To do a bylaw amendment for more than two persons would be an issue of first impression before the AG's unit, and we just have to wait and see how they make a determination on that. I note that there was one community that passed the domestic partnership bylaw post Goodridge, and that was Truro in 2004. So it's unclear at this time how the AG's municipal law unit would rule on this issue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cunningham. And just to be clear, I'm very much for both of these. I think what Mr. Dunn said was very moving and very true. And I encourage you both. I encourage all of you to vote for this. Thank you.
Gordon Jamison.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Gordon Davidson, Precinct 12. I just have one quick question. If I heard correctly, I believe Mr. Meeks said that Cambridge and Somerville had passed more than two-member domestic partnerships. Did I hear correctly? And have those been reviewed by the Attorney General?
Mr. Cunningham, can you enlighten us?
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, thank you. Michael Cunningham, Deputy Town Council. It's my understanding, I may just have to disagree with Mr. Meeks. I don't think Cambridge's domestic partnership bylaw permits more than two persons. I know Somerville's does. That was passed by city ordinance last summer. But because the city ordinance is not subject to review by the Attorney General's municipal law unit, this would be the first time that unit faces this question.
So
point of order, Mr. Moderator.
Can I have my question first?
Oh, well,
Who's
this
wait,
is Mr. DeCourcy. I just want to clarify
wait,
something.
Steve, you can't just break
Just
in.
a point of order.
I'm trying to ask a question.
Point of information.
All right, sorry, but you still have to use the buttons, Steve. But go ahead. What's your point of information? And stop the
Sorry, I
clock
took
on
advantage of the
Gordon.
mute. No, a week
Wait,
after we had our hearing in March, Cambridge City Council amended their bylaw so it includes more than 2 people.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. But in the future, you got to use the buttons.
Okay, am I back?
Yep, Mr. Gordon Jameson's back. So
Okay,
continue your clock, Gordon.
For the deputy town council, my question would be, I believe would be for him. Does the AG office in Massachusetts have the ability to question city ordinances like these two? So would they have reviewed those, or is that if that were to happen, how would that happen in Massachusetts?
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Cunningham?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for the question, Mr. Jameson. No, it does not review the city ordinances. And if the challenge to those ordinances would come from private citizen, private group via legal challenge and not subject to review by the Attorney General's municipal law unit.
Okay, and when the AG looks at this, our bylaw as amended as suggested by Mr. Meeks, would the existence of city ordinances in Cambridge and Somerville work in our favor?
I don't know the answer to that, Mr. Jameson. I just know that they would have 90 days to provide us with their written opinion. What they would consider is up to them.
Okay, so I'm very comfortable. I was worried about the amendment screwing up the works here, but it seems like that we have precedents in other cities to refer to, and if the state wants to take them all down, they can. But that's the AG's purview. We should vote this through. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Jameson. Mr. Peter Gast.
Peter Gast, Precinct 2. I move to terminate debate on the article and all matters related.
Thank you very much. Can we get a second on Mr. Gast's motion to terminate debate? It's been seconded. And we'll now bring up the motion to terminate debate. So town meeting members, scroll back to the portal and get ready to vote. Adam is going to confirm voting. If you cannot use the portal to vote, then you will use the chat. This is a motion to terminate debate on Article 15. As soon as we get by that, debate is now open. So you may have to refresh. If you want to terminate debate, please press 1 and hit cast your vote. If you do not want to terminate debate, hit 2 no and cast your vote. If you cannot use the voting buttons in the portal, please chat them in. And if you can't do either one, please contact Ms. Brazil, 781-316-3071. And we have about 6 seconds left. So town meeting members, if you haven't voted to terminate debate yet, please do so right now. And as soon as we get the thumbs up, we are going to close the voting. So go ahead and close voting. Thank you. And the motion to terminate debate is successful, 87%. It's a 2/3 vote and it passes, 202 in the affirmative, 29 in the negative. So vote debate is terminated. As soon as we cycle through the 7 screens, we'll go to a vote on first the amendment and then the main motion. So what we're going to do is first we will vote on Mr. Meeks' amendment. If you want to amend the main motion, as Mr. Meeks is advocating, as printed in his amendment, which was circulated, you'll vote 1 yes on the amendment. If you don't want to amend it as he's advocating, you'll vote 2 for no. But we have to finish cycling through the screens, and we'll bring up the vote for the amendment first. $15. So what he's doing is entering Mr. Meeks' amendment into the database. And same drill, town meeting members navigate back to the portal. Use the portal to vote. If you cannot use the portal, then you'll chat in your vote. In worst case scenario, you'll call Ms. Brazil, 781-316-3071. And go back to your portal page. If you need to, go ahead and refresh. And voting is now open, so go ahead and do the necessary. If you want Mr. Meeks' amendment, you'll vote 1 for yes. If you do not want to amend it as he is suggesting, you'll vote 2 for no. If you can't do either, you'll use the chat feature or call Ms. Brazil. So this is on the vote on the amendment. 1 to amend, 2 not to amend. If you haven't voted yet, please do so while we wait to get the thumbs up on the chatted votes. I think we only have 1 more that's being entered at this point. Okay, we have all the votes in. So let's close voting. The amendment passes 83%, so the vote is amended. (192) votes in the affirmative for the amendments, 37 against. We'll cycle through the screens and we'll go back to the main motion as amended. Okay, now we're going to take a vote on the main motion as amended. So, town meeting members, get ready to vote. Go to your participate page while Adam does his job. Again, 1 to vote yes for the main motion as amended. If you can't use the voting portal, use the chat feature. Or call Ms. Bazil if necessary. You're all going to have her phone number memorized, 781-316-3071. Okay, vote 1 yes for the main motion as amended, 2 no, 2 vote against the motion. So we have 26 seconds left to go ahead and vote. Cast your votes or use the chat feature. The clerk's number is 781-316-3071. Okay, we're all set. Close voting. The main motion as amended. Vote passes by 95%. 221 in the affirmative. 221 in the affirmative, 11 in the negative. It's a vote and I so declare it. And that ends Article 15. As soon as we cycle through the votes. Okay, we're going to close the article. We're going to open article. The next one that we have that is open, we have not voted on yet, is Article 20. Article 20, the recommended vote of the Board of Selectmen. Oh, Mr. Warden has a point of order. Mr. Warden, what's your point of order?
Mr. Moderator, John Word, Precinct 8. It's 9:30. Shouldn't we be having our recess at this point?
Yes, we should, Mr. Warden. Thank you very much. I've been losing track of time. Last year, Monday, I went through past 11 o'clock, and today I passed 9:30 by a minute. Thank you, Mr. Warden. When we come back, after our 10-minute break, we'll do Article 20, the vote for public remote participation. And there are 2 articles, 3 amendments under that. Thank you very much. Okay. So did we get any new videos of the high schoolers playing music or anything? I don't think so. So maybe we'll just show the same jazz band we did last time.
Sure.
And this clip is a perfect length, 10 minutes and 32 seconds, which is the length of our break. Okay, town meeting members. Where'd I go? Okay, we're back. Yeah, let me get to my page. We first will bring up the proponents of the articles. First, we'll bring up the article, which is a recommended vote of the board of the select board, as printed in their report. We have Mr. Oster's amendment and Mr. Ray's. So first, we'll bring up the select board if they wish to address the article.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Steve DeCourcy, Chair of the Select Board. Before I begin, I want to apologize to you, Mr. Jameson, and the meeting for my improper use of the unmute button. It was, it won't happen again.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. DeCourcy.
Sure. Yeah, so Article 20, the board is recommending the creation of a study committee to look into remote participation for meetings as we come back from the pandemic and going forward. And we had a really good hearing on this back in March, on March 22nd. And the proposal that came out of that hearing was initially recommended by Mr. Dunn. And what we tried to do as a board on the vote was to model this type of committee after the Election Modernization Committee, or a committee like that, where it's a special purpose committee with a specific time frame and a specific issue to look at. So you see some tight time frames here in terms of the period of study, when the committee will come back, or when we're hoping they come back with some initial recommendations in October, which is designed to capture the capital planning cycle, the beginning of that cycle, and also to address the urgency that we heard from the proponents on the article. And then there's a 2-year window for the duration of the committee. And I do want to add that as part of these discussions, and we've all recognized as a town that during the pandemic, public participation has unquestionably increased through the Zoom meetings. And we are going to be talking very soon at the select board of coming back into the chamber, but certainly when we do come back, it will be with remote public participation to start, no question about it. And we're going to look into a number of things as we come back and implement that process. So it was a 5-0 vote, and we look forward to hearing from the committee as they do their work, if this is successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeCoursey. First, I'm going to bring up Adam Oster to introduce his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Adam Oster, Precinct 3, and I'm want to just add to the charge for this committee by including kind of a review and examination of the ways that public bodies make their information available to the public. When I go online to try to find out what's going on, some committees are very good. The main ones use Novus Agenda. The information is there. But many committees are spottier or they're idiosyncratic about where you go to find the information. It makes it harder. Also, Mr. Moderator, it's the normal practice, and for good reason, not to post minutes of committee meetings until they have been approved and accepted by the following meeting. But what that often means is, for example, if a committee meets once a month, the public doesn't get to find out what happened at that meeting for two months in advance, or a month and a half, unless they happen to be there. And since the purpose of this committee includes addressing gaps between being present and being remote, it seems to me to be an appropriate addition to the charge, and possibly even a place where there's sort of some easy low-hanging fruit. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
So, Mr. Oster, are you offering a motion for to amend?
Yes, I move to amend. Would you like me to read the motion?
If you want. I think I'm trying to find out if Mr. Karowski has it to display. So just so we can get it in front of the meeting, we can you can introduce it and then somebody can. There we go. There's your motion.
Right.
And now if we just get someone to second that, then we're all set. So it has been seconded by Mr. Peter Fuller and Mr. Moore, so that, Mr. Oster, your motion is now before the board, for the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Ms. Elizabeth Dray, who has two separate motions. So if we can bring Ms. Dray up.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator. Elizabeth Dray, Precinct 8. I'd like to offer town meeting an option, or two options, to amend Article 20. As the original proponent of this article, Mr. Moderator, would you like me to speak to both at the same time or separately?
Well, we'll speak to one first. We'll speak to the this one that we have now in front of us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. That's committee reports, correct?
That's number 3A, committee reports.
Okay, thank you. So as the original proponent of this article, I'd like to thank the select board and Mr. Dunn specifically for seeing the value and the need for this idea, and for understanding that hybrid meetings are here to stay beyond the pandemic, and finding a way to support the spirit and intent of the original article with what is before us tonight from the select board. The amendment before you is an option to amend the committee report. Interestingly, this year's Envision Arlington survey that went out asked a question of whether residents would prefer to attend meetings that were remote only, hybrid, in person, or NA. And of the 3,336 respondents, 2,246 of them wanted an option to participate and engage in town meetings without actually being in the room of those meetings. This is the future. Only 130 people wanted to only participate in person. So the intent of the second amendment is to ask the study committee to be responsive to the expressed wishes of town residents and to consider including in their report recommendations that can be immediately implemented by the select board without waiting for town meeting 2022 to vote or another budget cycle. Through the extensive research that I did in preparation of the original article, I believe that the study committee will find several actions that the select board, under their own authority, will be able to implement immediately without waiting for a year from now at the next town meeting. And similar to what Chairman Select Chair Mr. DeCourcy said, they themselves are going to be implementing it for themselves immediately without waiting. So it can be done, and I would love for it to be done before before 12 months go by. Arlington residents want it to happen now, so let's not make them wait any longer than needed. So I encourage you to vote yes on this amendment to deliver to residents what they're asking for and to take advantage of this incredible momentum of resident engagement that's been created this last year and not wait a full year. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, hold on. So I think we have, you've offered this amendment.
Yes.
And I believe it looks like Peter Fuller has seconded it. If we can put Peter's hand down, so when we get to the second amendment, we know that someone was seconding her second amendment. Okay, so go ahead, Ms. Dre.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Elizabeth Dre, Precinct 8. The second amendment I'm proposing as an option for to amend Article 20 is to amend the committee membership. What this amendment does is reduces from 4 to 1 the number of town meeting members on the committee and instead distributes those 3 remaining members in the following manner: adding 1 member of the Council of Aging or their designee, and adding 2 members of the public appointed by the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Director. This proposed language reflects input from the DEI Director, that's the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Director, the Town Moderator, and the Chair of the Council on Aging. And my rationale for these changes is as follows. At a precinct meeting where this article was discussed, the Chair of the Council of Aging spoke to the need to include the input of seniors, as they are a unique demographic and may have a unique needs when it comes to being able to participate remotely in a meeting. So for this reason, this amendment adds 1 member of the Council of Aging or their designee. The inclusion of 2 Arlington residents versus the requirement that they be town meeting members allows input from a wider group of individuals who may have more varied experiences and needs interacting with public bodies. Naming the DEI Director as the appointing authority of those residents reflects the need for all study groups to be intentionally formed with a DEI lens. I spoke to Director Ms. Harvey, and she's happy to be the appointing authority for these 2 community members. And I'd like to take a minute to talk about the importance for Arlington to intentionally form study groups with a DEI or Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion lens. Currently, nationwide, business, government, and nonprofits are recognizing the need to approach hiring, decision-making, and policy development with the explicit intent to build a diverse team and include diverse voices. They're deliberately looking at how they are identifying, approaching, and encouraging diversity, equity, and inclusion in their companies and committees, and realizing the importance of asking themselves, how are we attracting, sourcing, and selecting who we hire and who we are asking to join our boards and committees?
Ms. Dre?
Yes.
You're kind of off scope.
Well, I'm
Get
sorry,
back-
Ms.
get
Potter,
back
I'm
to
trying to explain the reason for including the DEI.
Yeah. Well, just reel it in. Plus, you're getting near the end of your time.
Okay. So I guess for these reasons, I believe that all study groups in Arlington, especially one that is focused on engaging community residents, needs to be intentionally formed with that perspective and specifically include members who are focused on that. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, town meeting.
Thank you. Okay, now we have the main motion in front of us and 2, and the second one has been seconded. So we have the main motion and the 2 amendments before us. So first come up with William Berkowitz. Mr. Berkowitz? You're live, Bill. Go ahead.
I'd like to speak briefly in support of the amendment, in support of the article as amended both by Elizabeth Ray and Adam Oster.
Name and precinct.
Bill Berkowitz, Precinct 8. And maybe to speak more briefly than I had intended, because Mr. DeCourcy said, basically outlined the key arguments in themselves. But I support the article largely for the reasons stated in the article itself. Most of the time, participation is a good thing in general and in government life in particular, for two basic reasons, both morally and practically. Morally, because participation is, of course, a key element of our democratic system of government, leads to more voices being heard and more greater variety of voices. But practically, because it also leads to better decisions with more community buy-in for those decisions. When you have better decisions, you have better community outcomes. Our own recent experience in town shows that remote opportunities increase overall participation when it's available. Closer to home, you can see that in the attendance figures for our own virtual town meeting, where more people come to this remote town meeting than do to town hall auditorium. Wonderful the town hall auditorium is. So why not make this a regular feature of Arlington town government, where somebody can either participate either remotely or in person? And so the study committee, as proposed in the article, makes sense to me to work out the details of allowing remote participation in our public life. Thanks very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Berkowitz. Mustafa Veraglu.
Hello. I think I'm off mute now. Is that correct?
Yep. We can hear you.
Yep. This is Mustafa Varaglu, Precinct 10, and I think I won't reiterate all the reasons why this is good. On the main in the general idea of having the remote participation. So I support the main article. In any way we can get there. I would just one practical aspect. We will be going to ask for, the town for an override in the next few years, and I think anything that engages the town with the boards, the governance, any access to see how things are run is going to be a good thing. And I think it'll also give. I think it'll help support that going into the future. I would like to say I support all three amendments, and in particular, one of the remits of the study group is to rank the ways the committees and the implementation of remote participation. And I think one of the rankings should be to identify those meetings or committees that can be implemented ahead of a year from now, with a report in October. And if something can be done with, let's say, nominal money or money available in the IT budget that would be used in that period anyway, bring that forward and bring this on so that we don't lose this lovely momentum we've had of participation. And then I support the other article where I think getting a wide view of voices and really proactively asking for that wide view will be valuable to the town and make it a much more inclusive place. So I just support both articles. Thank you. Or both.
Thank you, Mr. Veraglu. Stacy Smith.
Hi there, Stacy Smith, Precinct 3. I strongly support this article, and I support Amendment 1 and Adam Oster's amendment. I am the director of a nonprofit that is focused on stakeholder engagement in public issues. And I have seen firsthand the dramatic increase in public participation that has occurred with the shift to virtual meetings in my processes all over the country. I did want to speak about some concerns about that second amendment. Speaking from that same experience, while I strongly support the importance of a DEI lens, And I think this group should certainly reflect and draw on diverse participants and diverse perspectives. I do think there are other areas of expertise that could really be helpful to this committee. And I just, there is professional expertise in running these kinds of meetings and working on hybrid processes and things like that, that I just wouldn't want to see lost if there's only one sort of at-large town meeting representative. So I just wanted to support the article overall, support the other two amendments, and just to caution against too narrowly prescribing to just DEI participants. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Sophie Magliazzo.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, Sophie Magliazzo, Precinct 8. I rise in support of all the amendments and the recommended vote. In particular, I do believe that where there's a will, there's a way, and there is the momentum that I hope we won't lose. I do want to raise my particular concern and support for the members, the disabled members of our community who I heard at precinct meetings had extremely difficult times, sometimes, especially in wheelchairs, accessing in person these meetings, even the select board meetings. So as a way to also save the town, I don't know, to allow more access to all members of our community, I think this is very important. And hopefully to address the concern that was raised by the previous speaker, maybe members of the DEI community might also have the expertise that she mentioned would be a benefit. So maybe we can kill two birds with one stone there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Roderick Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Roderick Holland, Precinct 7. I am speaking in support of the amendments and in support, of course, of the basic article. I bring to these comments a kind of odd background. I ran a fair bit of research on collaborative environments for government operations at the MITRE Corporation over a period of 20 years. So things that we're doing today in this meeting, once upon a time, were research topics. And in the course of all that, we picked up some bits of wisdom, really kind of more in the area of social science than bits and bytes. One piece of that wisdom is that these environments, these technologies, are successfully adopted if they allow each role in a community, each person in some specific role, to do the things that they feel they need to do. And if that's done, then the system succeeds. If it isn't, then it doesn't. I look at the amendment to modify the list of participants in the study committee through that lens, getting people, with some distinction as to their life experiences, the roles that they're trying to play in our processes here that we're trying to augment with these technologies. That actually matters. The other Dre amendment that urged sort of early action where early action could be taken. Also speaks to things that I've seen work, in that these technologies tend to lend themselves to rapid prototyping, to limited experiments, from which things are learned, and then one can move on and do more of what works and stay away from what didn't. So that's really what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. Mr. Jameson, Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Gordon Jameson, Precinct 12. I'd like to thank Ms. Dre for offering this article and to thank Ms. Dre and Mr. Oster for their amendments. Looking at this article, especially with the addition of Mr. Oster's section G, as I read the article, they have, by the time town meeting adjourns, hopefully sooner rather than later, they have about 4 months to complete this work. I would suggest that we change the October 1st, 2021 deadline to January 15th, 2022, which gives them 2 weeks about to submit articles. And of course, those are just the general articles, so they could be done, I think, quickly. And it gives them, since the wording is on or before, they can submit multiple iterations of their report along the way. But otherwise, they're basically silenced between October 1st and their report to town meeting. Mr. Heim, could I ask Mr. Heim a question?
You can ask a question and I'll decide who gets to answer it.
I would like some input from perhaps the town council about my proposal of moving it to January 15th, 2022 as the termination of their ability to report before town meeting. Does that give him enough time to do whatever he needs to do to get it in the warrant?
Doug Heim, Town Council. Thank you, Mr. Jameson. I appreciate the question. I think if they're keeping me posted on what they're contemplating, yes. Sometimes that time of year, there's a lot of questions, and I would want to make sure that I'm adequately vetting any articles that they want to submit for feasibility and helping as
Would you prefer January 1st, Mr. Heim?
I think that, again, as long as I know what's coming, I think that the 15th is a better date than January 1st.
Okay, Mr. Moderator, then I move that the October 1st, 2022 be replaced with January 15th of 2022 to provide the committee with additional time to report. And I want to accentuate for people considering my modification that the wording says on or before. So if they come up with something in August, they can submit it. They can submit something else in November, and then finally by the 15th of January of next year. If this means that they won't be silenced from October 1st to town meeting convenes next year. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Hold on. So, Mr. Jameson, you're proposing a motion to amend
section 3, line A.
You're going to change the word October 1, 2021 to January 15th, 2022.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, to give the committee more flexibility in their submissions. Obviously, they can still do it by October 1st if they want, but they can then do additional work.
Hold on 1 second. Don't go away. Ms. Brazil, do you have the ability to type that up for us?
I mean, probably it'll take longer. I mean, it'll take a few minutes. Are we amending the main motion or everything?
Yes,
I mean,
just the main motion.
Okay.
Amend section 3A, delete October 1, 2021, and substitute January 15th, 2022.
All right, let me see what I can do.
Okay, so Mr. Jameson, you're going to have to write that down and give me 3 copies. Your motion has been seconded, Mr. Jameson.
Thank you very much.
We're going to see if we can write that out on the fly. Thank you. Ms. Dre, what's your point of order?
Good evening, Mr. Moderator. Elizabeth Dre, Precinct 8. I was not aware. I thought that there would be no motions on the floor, that people had to put in an amendment 48 hours before the article.
So you didn't carefully read my letter. Small amendments that are easily understandable. In other words, something that I can understand, such as what Mr. Jameson just did, changing a simple date and nothing more, or changing an apostrophe S to an S apostrophe. It's up to the moderator's discretion to allow those kind of motions. What you did and what Adam has done is a little more than a simple amendment. That's why I wanted them ahead of time. So I'm going to allow Mr. Jameson's at my discretion.
May I ask a question, Mr. Moderator?
Yeah.
So I guess I'm confused because I therefore wasn't able to speak to his amendment.
You get to Miss Dre.
Mm-hmm.
You can get back on the speaking list.
Right. It seems like that is a big motion to be making on the fly.
It's easily understandable.
It has big impact.
Miss Dre,
Miss
Dre, you're arguing with me.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Gruber.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes, Ms. Gruber.
Rebecca Gruber, Precinct 8 Town Meeting Member. Can I first ask a question, which is, I know that there was great effort in the writing of this warrant article and in consideration of the 2 amendments that Ms. Dre proposed. So the date of October 1st, 2021, I'm sure had a specific intent behind it. May I ask Ms. Dre what her thinking was behind choosing the date of October 1st, 2021 for the final report?
Yeah, Ms. Gruber. You can speak against the amendment.
So,
but to call Ms. Dre up and give to Ms. Gruber, may I finish?
Yes.
To call Ms. Dre up and ask her to further enunciate and speak upon the article out of order is not fair to the other town meeting members on the list. If she wants, she can raise her hand again. You can ask questions and I get to decide who gets to answer them. That's how it works in town meeting. You ask a question, I decide who gets to answer it as my prerogative as the moderator.
Well, so my original intent to speak was to urge that we implement whatever recommendations are made as quickly as possible so that the people in our community who will not be able to attend meetings in person, which we hopefully will all be able to do soon, but some of the members of our community, even when we are able to meet in person, probably will not be able to participate. And until we have remote participation available to them, they will be silenced. And so my original point was to be in support of urging the committee to consider any recommendations that can be immediately implemented before waiting for town meeting in 2022 or for the next budget cycle. Now I'm faced with wanting to address the issue of having recommendations to implement by October 1st, 2021 versus the amendment that's just been proposed, which is in January of 2022. So I'm anxious that we move as quickly as we possibly can to start making it possible for people to participate in a remote manner, so they're not excluded when public meetings are allowed. So I'm anxious to know what the implications are between October 1st has the original proposed date and January has the amended date.
it's the implications are if the committee is not ready to report on October 1, they can report as late as January 15th. If they are ready to report on October 1st, they can do so. It says on or before. So as soon as the committee is ready to report, they can report to the select board so they can make any decisions and implementations of actions that they can do. That's why I suggested to Ms. Drahurst to put how to word her second amendment to include that portion. Mr. Chapdelaine does wish to address your point of anxiousness. Mr. Chapdelaine?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Adam Chapdelaine, Town Manager. I thought I could be helpful in sharing, and I think Mr. DeCourcy touched on this in his opening remarks on this article, that we will be beginning this work, frankly, probably even before this committee would be formed, given that it is likely in the upcoming months that the select board and staff will be coming back to the chambers. And I know Mr. DeCourcy is chair, and I can't speak for the entire board, but my understanding is the board is committed to beginning this work. So I can't tonight guarantee that every board, committee, or commission will be fully established to run hybrid meetings, immediately. But I'm quite confident that we will be trying and practicing hybrid meetings, likely parallel and in partnership with the work of this group. So I hope that can allay the concerns that there won't be a flick of a switch off, rather an attempt to do this work while it's being studied.
Thank you, Mr. Chapdelaine, for that answer. And I encourage us to vote in such a way that we allow for remote participation as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Again, all we're doing right now is forming the committee to study this. So if anyone else wishes to speak about forming the committee, our next speaker is Mr. Paul Schlickman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Paul Schlickman, Precinct 9. I have a question about the first Dre amendment and comments on the second. On the First Amendment, we're offering any recommended actions that the Select Board can immediately take under its own authority that do not require the necessity of a bylaw or additional appropriation of funds. What authority does the Select Board under our present form of government have over requiring other boards and commissions to do things?
Mr. Chapdelaine or Mr. Heim? Mr. Heim?
Doug Heim, Town Council. The Select Board is a policy-making entity with respect to its own meetings and in its dialogues with the town manager about, prioritization of resources and things of that nature. It can certainly be a forum for discussing and trying to set goals for not just itself, but other boards and bodies. The open meeting law doesn't really establish any requirements beyond those that are already in existence. Just so folks get a refresher on this, the reason that we're allowed to conduct meetings the way we are right now is because of the executive order relative to the COVID pandemic. So there's a lot of things that can be done as options. Whether or not each committee and commission chair chooses to take them is a little bit of a different matter, but it's primarily oriented towards what are our goals, how do we want to prioritize the resources we have available in advance of any future appropriation, things of that nature.
Thank you very much. Secondly, I'd like to speak in opposition to the second Dre amendment, and my rationale is this. I think that it's a good thing to have a diverse group of people appointed to any board or commission that we're doing. However, the form of this particular amendment removes the appointing authority of 3 seats from an elected official of the town to employees of the town who report either to or through the town manager. And I don't think that that is an appropriate way to make appointments to boards and commissions in the town. So I would urge people to vote their conscience on the first two amendments, but to vote no on the second Dre amendment, changing the appointing authority, because I think it sets a terrible precedent for the town, and that appointing to these kinds of committees should be left to the top line person, be it the town manager or the board of the select board, or to other authorities that are accountable to the people, not directly to the town manager. So please vote no on the second Dre amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schlickman. Anna Henkin.
Anna Henkin, Precinct 6. I want to speak in support of this article generally. Sit in chairs in these rooms for many, many hours. I need to have a modified chair to sit in. And I'm often stuck in the lab until quite late as a graduate student. And I think in terms of the amendments, it's really important that we provide a near due date for this. I'm in school, I teach undergraduates, and if you give someone a much longer due date for something, they will not get started on it with any urgency. I think it's important to stick to the original October 1st date. So thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Henkin. Leah Hyam. Liba Hyam.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for getting the pronunciation correct.
Mm-hmm.
Liba Hyam, Precinct 11. And I am going to echo a bit of what Mr. Schlickman has said, and also Ms. Smith. I rise in favor of the main motion. We do need to recognize that this is a very effective means for people to be able to access meetings. But I do speak against the second Dre amendment, which reduces the number of appointed members from town meeting in favor of a town employee appointing some. And the reason I'm opposed to this is because as town meeting members, we are expected to be public participants at a lot of meetings to educate ourselves on the various issues prior to town meeting. As everybody knows, it's not enough to just read the reports that we receive. We do have to also talk with others. We do have to make ourselves aware of the nuances. And the ability to do so remotely greatly impacts our ability to do that job well. In reducing our representation on the committee, it really would hinder our ability to do our jobs appropriately as we are elected by our town meeting, as we are elected by the town to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hyam. Timur Yontar.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Timur Kaya Yantar, Precinct 7. A few things I wanted to say on this. First is that I support the original article very much. It's a study on whether we should have public remote participation. And I think that people need to remember that it's a study, and I look forward to the results of that study. And we can have a long debate on that when those results come out. But I think that it's hardly so controversial or scary that we can't have a study. Then we have a lot of amendments on this. I'm actually surprised by how many we've had. I would question whether, regardless of the merits of the idea behind it, whether Mr. Oster's amendment is in scope. I think that having committees be more transparent in how they post their minutes and their agendas and so forth is a great thing. Doesn't quite seem to be in the same realm as having people take part in those meetings. And then I'm fairly indifferent on the other 3 amendments. I would also just like to say that I've been doing this remotely as a committee chair for the last year, and I can't stand the online meetings, but I do definitely recommend that people, if interested, should take part. We have agendas posted. It's not just my committee, it's many committees. And I look forward to having people take part either virtually or in person or by some combination, if that's what we end up doing in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yontar. I find that Mr. Oster's motion is within the scope in that he just is asking that it also assess ways that public bodies provide information to public about their work. I find that's within the scope of the article. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alexander Franzosa.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator. Alexander Franzosa, Precinct 12. I move the previous question.
And all matters before it?
And all matters before it.
Very good. Thank you very much. We have a motion to terminate debate, and it's been seconded. It's on the motion. It's on the main article and all the motions. It's been seconded. So now we're going to go to a motion to terminate debate. So town meeting members, if you'll navigate over to the portal, when Adam confirms the action and it opens the voting window, you use 1 for yes to go ahead to 1 for yes to terminate debate, 2 for no to continue debating whether we want to form a committee. If you can't use the portal, please use the chat feature on the Zoom window and just type in yes for termination or no to continue debating. So let's go over and vote 1 for yes or 2 for no. 1 to terminate, 2 for no. And if you can't do that at all, please contact Ms. Brazil by telephone, 781-316-3071. And town meeting members, if you haven't voted yet, please do so now. And as soon as I get the thumbs up, so I got a few extra seconds to vote while we type in the few votes that were chatted to us. Okay, everybody's entered. Let's close the debate. Let's close voting. On the motion to terminate debate, passes by 80%.
Mr. Moderator, there is a point of order.
Okay, so hold on a sec. So that's a motion to terminate debate, passed by 80%, 186 in the affirmative and 46 in the negative. And thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Mr. Goodsell, what is your point of order?
Mr. Moderator, Ian Goodsell, Precinct 11. I would just ask that I would request that the text of the amendments be seen as we're voting on 3 different amendments now. If we could display 4 different amendments, if we could display the text of the amendments during the vote on each one of those, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, we'll actually be taking 5 separate votes under this article.
Right. So just wanted to make sure I know we all know what we're voting on, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll go through each one serially and and have the amendment displayed when we vote, right before we vote on it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, first we're going to vote on Mr. Oster's motion to amend. So if we can bring that up for 1 second, Adam. So Mr. Oster wants to amend the main motion by adding a section G to section 2 under the committee charge, adding the words assessing ways that public bodies provide information to the public about their work. So we're going to take a vote on Mr. Oster's motion to amend to add section G. So go ahead, let's bring up his vote. Okay, so town meeting members navigate to the portal. And when the voting screen is open, you'll be able to vote if you want to amend with Mr. Oster's amendment. If you want to add that section G, you'll vote yes. If you do not want to add that section G, to assess ways that public bodies provide information to the public about their work, you'll vote no. If you can't do either, go ahead and use the chat feature. So if you want Mr. Oster's amendment, vote yes. If you do not, vote no. Use chat if you cannot do either one. And if you can't do either of those 2 things, 781-316-3071. For town meeting members, we have 26 seconds left to vote.
John, it seems like quite a few people are having trouble voting.
Yeah, I see that. So let's hold the clock. Everyone would try and refresh your page and try to vote again. We got a bunch of people trying to vote. So just go back to the voting portal and hit refresh one more time. Refresh page, it's right up there next to raise point of order. And see if that refreshes the page and works for you.
Could people put it in again into the chat? It would take a long time to put in these 15 people.
So if you are still unable to vote on the portal, chat it in one more time.
Thank you.
Anyone who chatted it before, we're not going to do it for you. You have to go ahead and chat it again now. Okay, it looks like we've had a lot of success then, huh? Yeah, everybody but one person, 2 people. Okay. As soon as we enter this last person, we'll close voting. Okay, we're all set. Let's close voting on Mr. Oster's amendment. Mr. Oster's amendment passes. 207 in the affirmative, 19 in the negative. Mr. Oster's amended passes, so that amends the main motion by adding that in. Okay, we're going to run through the several screens. Then we'll get to Ms. Dre's first amendment. Okay. So now we're going to vote on Ms. Dre's first amendment, which is the one, section 3A committees. Got to add that in. Let's go, because Elizabeth has 2, Adam. Yeah, 1, perfect. Can we bring her amendment up for us all see? So Ms. Dre's first amendment, which we're going to vote on, wants to add the words, offer any recommended actions that the select board can immediately undertake under its own authority that do not require the necessity of a bylaw or the additional appropriation of funds not available in the current budget. So she wants to add those words in on her first amendment. So when we're going to vote on this amendments and adding those in. So Mr. Warden, Patricia Warden and John Warden both have a point of order. So Patricia, what's your point of order?
Mr. Moderator, Patricia Warden, Precinct 8. John has at least 20 times this evening lost the portal, and at this last time he was not able to get back in time to vote. So he has not been able to vote. That's removing a right that he should have. And I have a great deal of trouble also. We keep losing the portal. I have to keep, going back in to bring it up, which takes time. And I'm afraid I may not be able to vote the way that just happened to John on the previous vote. So I would like, please, to have some technical help that's better than what we've been having. This is just very disappointing.
Yes, if you're unable to use the portal or the Zoom chat feature to vote, you do have the option to call Miss Brazil. I'll give you her number.
Yes, John called and her line is busy. He missed the vote, in other words. And yes, we tried to chat also, it didn't work. So thank you.
Okay, well, would you like someone to call you?
Well, call my husband and get his vote on the previous, on Mr. Oster's amendment, please. Thank you. That would be very helpful.
Okay. We can't add it in because the voting's been closed, but we'll have somebody call you to see what your issue is. Can you give it, Dennis knows your phone number, I believe. Yes. Dennis or one of the guys is going to give you a call.
Mr. Moderator, if you could kindly wait for a vote the next time this happens. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, let's go back to the vote on this one, Adam.
Are you ready to open voting, Mr. Moderator?
Yes, sir. Okay, town meeting members, we're going to go open voting on Ms. Dre's first amendment to add the ability for the committee to report to the select board. If you wish to vote for Ms. Dre's amendment number 1 to add the words the select board can, that they can offer any recommendations to the select board, go ahead and vote 1 for yes, cast your vote, or 2 for no if you do not want to so amend it. And if that doesn't work, use the chat and just type in yes or no. And if Patricia and John are having issues still, I urge them to call Ms. Brazil. And we'll give it a minute until we hear from them. I can see that Patricia has successfully voted. So we're asking if she wants to send John's vote through. Give it 1 second. The other town meeting members, go ahead and please vote. As soon as I get some sort of signal, we're good to go. We'll close voting. Okay, let's close voting. This is on Ms. Dre's first amendment. It passes 84%. We have 197 in the affirmative and 37 in the negative. So it is so amended. Once we run through the screens, we're going to go Ms. Dre's second. Okay, let's bring up Ms. Dre's second amendment. And can we bring up the actual words itself? So Ms. Dre wants to change the composition of the committee, as you can see here. Wants to redistribute the appointing authorities around as she has in front of you. So If you want to reconfigure the committee, as Ms. Dre is advocating on her second amendment, you will vote 1 for yes. If you do not, you'll vote 2 for no. And we're going to ask you to go back to the portal, get ready to vote. While Adam brings the vote up. So if we all wait a second before we refresh our page. Vote 1 for yes to reconfigure the committee, as Ms. Dre is proposing. Vote 2 for no. If you can't do either, chat it in. Or call Ms. Brazil, 781-316-3071. I feel like one of those old-timey commercials where they yell out the names of the phone number. Okay, we got about 12 seconds left. Can we see the voting screens, Mr. Krowski? Let's see how we're doing. Town meeting members, please either put your vote into the portal or into the chat. We have a lot of people who have chatted votes in. So we're going to have a few seconds to enter all of those. Okay, we have everybody entered. Let's close voting. Ms. Dre's second amendment fails by a vote of 98 in the affirmative and 131 in the negative. So we are not rechanging the configuration of the committee. Fourth, once we go through the screens, we'll bring up Mr. Jameson's motion. And we have that typed out, so we'll be able to see that in front of us. There's a comment that someone's getting a database error issue every time. We are getting a lot of those tonight. We will speak to the web host and find out what's going on with that. So we're going to bring up Mr. Jameson's typed as soon as Adam enters it in. So Ms. Brazil has typed this up for us on the fly. So what Mr. Jameson is proposing doing is changing the report date on the committee from October 1, 2021 to January 15th, 2022. So if you're in favor of changing that report date from on or before October 1, 2021 to on or before January 15th, 2022, you'll vote yes for Mr. Jameson's motion. If you're against that, you'll vote no. So if we enable voting. And go ahead and use the portal, town meeting members. Vote 1 for yes to change the report date. Vote 2 for no. If you're unable to do both, chat it in or call Ms. Brazil. 781-316-3071. So town meeting members, please take a moment and vote. On the portal, 1 yes to change the report date, 2 for no. All else fails, chat it in or call Ms. Brazil. 781-316-3071. Okay. We have all our votes in. We can close voting. Mr. Jameson, motion passes. 118 in the affirmative and 106 in the negative. So it's affirmative vote. Now we have before us, once we run through the screens, main motion of the select board as amended by Mr. Oster's amendment, Ms. Trey's first amendment, and Mr. Jameson's amendment. We're now going to have the vote on the main motion as amended by all those 3 amendments. So go ahead and get ready to vote.
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
Would you like me to put a note on here for the record so that it says the 3 amendments?
It says, you could say as amended.
Okay.
So yeah, so main motion as amended, and you could just put 3 in parentheses. Thank you. Okay, town meeting members, you should be on the portal at this point. He's opening the voting now. So if you want to vote for main motion as amended, form a committee, you'll vote yes. If you don't want the committee, you'll vote no. If you can't vote either way, use the chat feature or call Ms. Brazil. 781-316-3071. Please take a moment and go ahead and vote on the portal. As soon as we get the thumbs up, we'll close voting. Okay, we can close voting. And we have formed a committee by a final vote of 230 in the affirmative and 6 in the negative. And that ends voting on that article. It's a vote, and I so declare it. That ends Article 20 and brings us to 21. Seeing as it's 3 minutes to 11, I'm going to now call for any notices of reconsideration. If anyone wants to reconsider any of the articles which we have voted on so far this evening, and they voted on the prevailing side, now is your chance to go ahead and file one of those motions for reconsideration. Can we open the raised hand feature on the Zoom? If you want to give us some notice of reconsideration, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom to get my attention. Otherwise, while we wait for that, I'm going to entertain a motion to adjourn until Monday.
Move to adjourn, Mr. Moderator.
We have a motion to adjourn. And Ms. Brazil?
Second.
Second. It's been seconded. It's also by Mr. Warden has a point of order right before we adjourned. What's your point of order, Mr. Warden? Let's bring John's point of order. You want to unmute Mr. Warden? You can go ahead.
I do. John Warden, Precinct 8. I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator, but every time we get to that crucial moment, now's the time to vote, my screen says unable to connect or something. Now, this has happened six times tonight.
That's it, I want to vote yes.
And yeah, but the meeting's adjourned now. I've wanted to vote yes. I never miss votes in town meeting, but I've not been allowed to vote tonight.
Oh, I have seen a few of your votes. We're going to have to get to the bottom of it because a lot of people had that database error.
Well, that it shouldn't be. And when Miss Brazil, I know there ought to be more than one line there because every time I call it, it rings busy. It did get through once. Every other time it's been busy. But obviously, everybody's calling the same number. She can only take one call at a time. They've got many phones in that office. There ought to be, if the computer system is so bad that it doesn't let people vote the way it's designed to, like it did last fall, then there ought to be more people on the phones.
We're going to explore that over the next 3 days, and we'll have a response by Monday when we meet next.
Ask if you could have your vote recorded.
Well, no, I don't think I can have my vote recorded after. I suppose I can't have my vote recorded now.
I don't think so. We've already closed voting, and I don't want to be opening up the official records and going back.
I can understand that, Mr. Moderator, but I still think I still think until everyone who wants to vote has been given that opportunity, voting should not be closed.
Well, that's the problem. I don't know if someone hasn't voted yet, unless there's. We're going to have to explore this issue, Mr. Warden, and we'll have a better answer for you on Monday.
Well, Mr. Moderator, I asked that you not close voting until we manage to vote. I thought,
but there's no way for me to know you haven't.
About that.
Miss Warden, there's no way for me to know you have not voted until afterwards when I get a point of order request.
I thought, when my vote is cast, you don't know that it's cast?
I can see your vote cast.
But if it isn't cast, then maybe I wasn't able to cast it. I mean, that's been the reason tonight.
Well, please let us explore this issue, and we'll get back to you on Monday.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion to adjourn. It's been seconded. All in favor? If you're opposed, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom. Seeing none, everyone have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday, and hopefully we'll have some answers about the database connection issues. Okay, thank you all very much. Have a good weekend. Goodbye. Oh, wait, Terrence Marshall has a point of order. Mr. Marshall, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Terrence Marshall, Precinct 5. In order to resolve the issue that the gentleman from Precinct 8 has had, would it be possible for the town clerk to receive votes via text? And I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
No, because that's an office phone number. It's a landline that's getting called, so she's not able to get text. But let us explore this issue over the next few days, and we'll have some resolution hopefully on Monday. Thank you all very much. Good night.